Good morning, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Back to back? Good. I'm gonna grab some water real quick, and we'll get started.
Your computer is like more crisp to the right. Yeah.
That's fancy. You're on screen. And you can do an extended screen where you can everything. Are you ready for this report? Or do you need a couple more?
That's not.
If you need a few minutes.
Yeah.
You want to do it now?
Hey everybody, before we get started, I just wanted to do one quick thing. Normally we have some awards, so I wanted to do one award this year. It's the Golden Goat Award here for somebody I think has really done an amazing job this last year. They chose a project, they didn't really have any guidance, and they came in and just knocked it out of the park, and they continue to. And seeing the things they're doing, I'm very excited. Brian Allen, thank you so much for all of this. Check out what he's doing with public policy. You'll be getting, increasingly frequent emails with the General Assembly session and keeping up to date with what's going on there in a lot of detail. And then go back and look at his testimony in front of committees talking about, I'll probably get it wrong, but certificate of need and something else that's very similar, and I get confused a lot. But Brian doesn't. He has all this nailed down, and thank you so much for everything, Brian. I'm looking forward to seeing everything you do this year.
He's got to come up and get that award, though.
I'll bring it to him. I'm going to deliver it. Thank you, Brian. I didn't shake your hand well. That was weird.
We'll deal with it. We'll figure it out. All right. It is 8:36, and I will call this meeting to order at 8:36. So, we will start out today with our Credentials Committee report, and then we will move to the adoption of the agenda. So, Mr. Placey will be taking that on for us today. You want me to just call it out for us?
What was that?
You want me to just call it out for us, or do you want to?
Yeah, I can do it. Hello, everyone. We have 42 delegates and 3 alternates, which, including the alternates, that means a simple majority is 23, a 2/3 majority is 30, a 3/4 majority is 34, and a 7/8 majority is 40. So as it says on the slide, the convention delegates who fulfill the 360-day membership requirement may vote by a 2/3 margin to suspend this requirement for the duration of the convention then in session.
And I will entertain that motion if anyone is so desirous to do so.
How many people would be added on?
3. So there's 42 delegates currently seated, 3 alternates.
I'll make the motion. I'll second.
Okay, can I have you say the full motion just for the records?
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the 367-day rule, allowing alternates to vote at convention.
All right, and we have a second. Is there any debate?
Who are the three that we're talking about? Does
I've only been a
anybody
member for about a month.
know?
It is.
Yes,
I don't think.
Stewart.
1, 2, who's the third?
Kevin Cully.
Kevin Colley.
Word.
And does anybody know who they are, like, besides themselves?
I've had conversations with all of them, but
We've had to speak to 2 in detail throughout the convention. Haven't met you yet, so I'm looking forward to meeting you.
So we have one person that nobody knows. But are you talking about Stewart? I guess. I know Stewart, Stewart, he's from this state. He's active for the So you are vouching for these people, I guess, so I can vouch for Stewart. That's kind of
you're gonna grill you, man. All right. Is there any further debate? Any further debate? All right, the question is on suspending the 367-day membership requirement rule so that the 3 alternates can vote in this convention. Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
All right, cool. I have to ask, it's part of it, man. Don't do it. All right. In that case, let's move to a vote. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
No.
The ayes have it, the motion carries, and everyone in the room is a delegate. Thanks, everybody.
Just a quick note on how voting in general will proceed for the day. Voting on convention rules, bylaws, platform, and resolution are by voice vote. If several delegates object to the chairman's ruling on the outcome of a vote, then we will hold a counted vote. Nomination of party candidates and election of party officers and executive committee members and election of delegates to the national convention will be by ballot unless the office or position is uncontested, in which case we will have a voice vote.
All right. Now we are at the agenda. Zane, do you have that agenda where you can pull it up? I guess this is it, right?
Yeah.
Cool. As I'm looking at it, right. This is the agenda as it stands now, and we would like to adopt this agenda. I will hear a motion to adopt this agenda as seen on the screen here.
I move we adopt the agenda as seen.
Okay?
Who was that?
It was David. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the agenda as shown on the screen currently. Is there any debate? Hearing none, those in favor of adopting this agenda as shown on the screen, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Perfect. Motion carries. The agenda is adopted, which means that we are moving forward right to my chairman's report, and we will get started with that. So first things first, we had a little contest yesterday for our logos. Everybody hear me through the mic? Okay. We had a logo design contest yesterday, and the whole point of this was to raise funds for our affiliates and for the state party. And the winner of that, who will get half of the proceeds, we raised $200. We get $100 for the affiliate, $100 for the state. Are you ready? The winner is Greater Athens. Love it. So Mr. McKinney, whenever you're ready, you can grab this from me. I'm going to make sure that it's the right split for you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So this past year has been a whirlwind. It's gone by very fast. So I am excited to be in front of you guys. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. Love what libertarians are doing across the nation, especially in Georgia. and all here in Georgia as a state party. So a lot of what I want to do right now is recognize some of the people who've done a lot of really awesome work this year that I've been able to see and I've been really excited about. And I wanted to share that with everyone, give them the public recognition. So first things first, where is Steve Phillips? There he is, back in the back. Steve did a fantastic job putting all of this together. He's been running around like a madman. He did a fantastic job on the convention. So I do want everyone to give him a round of applause. You enjoyed the food, the snacks, the debate, all the wonderful things. He was the man behind it all. He made it all happen and really took it and ran with it. And I do appreciate what he did for that. Along with him, some of the people who came behind and really made all of the details happen. Jake Green, who did all of our sound, all of our video. We're gonna have really high quality video this year, which I think is super exciting, something that we can really be proud of. So, Mr. Green, give me a round of applause. Victoria Salvia, Will, and Brad Lindborg. All three of them were doing all the food, making sure everybody felt comfortable here and had everything we needed. So those guys did wonderful. And we still have snacks and drinks out there. Donations accepted. We would love for that. Get comfortable whenever you need it. Coffee, water, snacks, whatever it is, you can go get it. And thank you again to you guys. Okay, that was our convention. Big other things that I think were important this year. You heard a little bit about it, but the Public Policy Committee, which currently is run by Brian Allen, he has done awesome work. Just like Zach was saying, he really took a project and with little guidance, little oversight, decided I'm going to make this my thing and I'm going to do it well and I'm going to consistently show up and make something happen. And we've gotten regular legislative reports, what's happening every day on the legislative floor. If you're interested in that, check out Liberty Watch.
The Liberty Watch report.
The Liberty Watch report. I think we're getting it on an email list, and then it's going to be a Substack.
Yeah, so it is a Substack and it comes out every Monday. So be looking forward to it tomorrow.
Okay, if you want more information on it, check it out with Brian. It's been fantastic. I think that's all I wanted to say on that. One other thing, I know it was brought up in the last convention, but I do want to give a shout out to Christine Austin for her work on spinning up a campaign, a special election, early on in 2023, over the past year. That was a fantastic job, and creating a template for that going forward is something that we really want to have going forward so people can get into the special elections where they're not having to petition, get signatures, take all of their effort, all their time, trying to get just on the ballot. This is an opportunity for us to get on the ballot immediately and get our name out there. So that is a really important thing. Thank you, Christine. Give her a round of applause. All right. And then the Communications Committee. Zach Barnell took on communications this past year, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen all the emails going out. Every single thing that we want done, everything that we've wanted to get out there, it has been done within a day. The copy has been fantastic, and it has been awesome just to see how professional it looks and how good of an impression we can make for that. So thank you, Zach, for your work. Okay. And then a few other things just that I think are good for everyone to kind of see. We are running two big projects in the state of Georgia, the Legal Tender Project and the Banish Big Brother Project. If you were here yesterday, You heard Elizabeth talking about the Banish Big Brother project, which I think is really important. I think it's a great opportunity for us at the local level to get involved, to make it our issue, and to get recognition across the board so that when we want to run candidates, those candidates are already recognized in their counties, in their localities, for their districts or whatever, for having an issue that people care about. So that's big on the Banish Big Brother side. The legal tender project, we're working on getting gold and silver put in as legal tender in the state of Georgia, removing capital gains taxes, having the state make investments in gold and silver to protect us from the Fed's irresponsible policy. And on top of that, we want the state to create a gold and silver bullion depository like the state of Texas has done, so that people can trust that they can put their stuff, their gold and silver bullion or platinum, into a depository, know it's safe, trust it, and then when things get hard, when the dollar fails, they have another form of currency that they can rely on, and it's at a safe place that they can get it from. So that's an important thing. We're working on state legislation. We're hoping that in the next few weeks that legislation will drop, and if you're looking for more information, you can get in touch with me or Elizabeth on that. Those are super important, and really great ways that you can get involved with not a lot of effort. It's really contacting legislators, it's talking to people, it's getting excitement around it, and a great way to learn lobbying while you're at it. I know I've learned a ton just from doing this and meeting with legislators. It's a really good opportunity. So if you're looking for something like that, please do get in touch. We do want to be effective lobbyists as well. Final couple things. I don't want to rush too long. Like I was saying with the Banish Big Brother, we are looking for people to step up to be candidates. We do want people to run as libertarians. We want them to be bold in their messaging. We want them to be unapologetic, that we stand for liberty. And the way to do that, I think, is becoming public figures in the local area. One of the big things that I think you can do, Danny Dolan has a Substack that he's been regularly writing on local events. What you think around you, what do you think about this? What's the liberty take? You can become a citizen journalist like Danny. You can you can talk in front of your county commission. You can talk to other people around. You can go to events, talk to the other parties. When people start recognizing your face, immediately you have the name recognition, you have the face recognition. Sorry, not that. But people are familiar with you, and you're not just the random guy or girl with an L after your name. And I think that's a really important thing that we need to be thinking about as we think about our local affiliates, as we think about stepping up to become candidates, become known first, and then the candidacy will come. And it will be a great opportunity for your affiliate to get behind you and push forward to get the message out there even more. So it creates a virtuous cycle, if you will. You get known, you get on the ballot, you get known some more, you get on the ballot again. Keep doing it, work for it. We love that. So if you yes sir.
What's the name of that Substack?
Southern Grassroots.
That's DannyBDolan.substack.com.
Thank you.
Done. Look at that, I'm getting you subscribers.
Yeah.
Do I get a cut?
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah. Smash that like button. All right. So, a few last things, just so everybody is aware of what's going on. So we have the whole party aware. We do have, we've gotten a lot of our membership worked back up in our system. We were having some data issues with our payment processor. So I did want to update everybody on that we have gotten the, up to today, we've got about 95% of those issues resolved. And now we're working on going forward, getting with our national IT to connect our payment processor to our CRM. just so we can make sure that every transaction is being recorded as it needs to be. So some of you might have gotten a text or an email or something saying, hey, your membership lapsed, and sometimes it hadn't. We just had to connect the dots on that. So we're working hard on that, and within the month or two, we should be able to get an answer on it. And then, last thing on that, our communications director, Zach, is working on a social media policy. I'm sure many of you will be excited to hear about that. I am excited as well to hear that that is going to be coming forward. We will see what will come of that in March at our executive committee meeting. And also, executive committee is, those elections are today, so be thinking about that as we're talking. That's all I have to say right now. If everyone is okay, I've gone a little long. I will pass it on to Elizabeth for our executive director remarks.
So I probably should have worked this out ahead of time, but who's,
I got the slides.
okay, can you forward them through for me? All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. I also wanted to give a shout out to Doug Craig, who has funded this delicious breakfast for us. All right, so basically this is the time when I tell you about all of the things that I have been working on and how hopefully you feel like your money that you invest in me is money well spent. So I'd like to start out by giving a shout out to our candidates. Some of these are still current candidates, and they've done a really good job of representing us, and to tell you that I appreciate all the people that have stepped forward to work on their campaigns as well. It's kind of the heart of what we do, so I wanted to first give a shout out to them. Okay, so Jared talked a lot about our legal tender project, so I'm not going to spend too much time talking about that, other than we got together and we created I was the behind the scenes person in this, so I created the sample legislation so that we could just go directly to the representatives and say, look at this is what we want you to do. We got a lot of really good advice from Mike Meharry with the 10th Amendment Center, and also worked with some representatives from soundmoney.org. This is a really exciting project. It has also allowed Jared and Brian to make some inroads with representatives, actually sit down and talk to them and get to know us better. So I'm very excited about this. And in the Liberty Watch report that you get, you'll hopefully see some different things where we'll ask you to please call your representatives and tell them that you would really like to see some of this move forward. The Banish Big Brother project, I'm not going to talk a lot about the issue itself because I spent a lot of time on that yesterday, but we are really looking forward to affiliate participation on this. A lot of this is being driven on the local level, and this is where we can really make a difference. So we are putting together several working groups in the state, and there are different ways that we approach this. Sometimes it's education. We ask people to just let people in the community know what's happening. It can involve transparency or actually trying to go to your city council and let them know that you don't appreciate this. I'd like to give a shout out to our Forsyth affiliate who actively were able to influence their county commission to not install these smart kiosks, which were full of all kinds of surveillance. And I'd also like to thank our Savannah affiliate. They hosted our pub crawl that we held there to bring attention to the subject, and they are also working very, very hard on this issue. So in 2021, we put together a project called Liberty Watch. And this was supposed to be a call to action network. And Danny Dolan worked with the IT at National and put together the technology that we needed. Well, as those of you that work in technology know, you change one little thing and it breaks a whole bunch of other things. And so that kind of broke the way that we did the Liberty Watch project, but it ended up being a blessing in disguise because now Brian has taken this, he's run with it, he's created the Substack, and it looks like it's going to be even better and we're going to be able to reach even more people. So we've created a lot of new outreach materials. We have new brochures, we have bumper stickers, we have brochures for the Banish Big Brother project. So affiliates are able to have these and use these we have a lot of people that are doing gun shows now and tabling events. So I encourage you, if you need some of these for your affiliate, get in touch with me. If you need them for, different kinds of events, if you just want to take some and pass them around, we can work with you to get those out to you. We are also working at targeting different communities that have things in common, values in common with the projects and things that we want to promote. So we have homeschoolers and alternative education. We have a Facebook group with that. And I am working with a couple of volunteers who would like to actually start putting together a couple of events. We're looking in February. You may be familiar with Libertarian activist Anthony Welty, who's going to be doing a online virtual class, and we hope to put together maybe a series of 2 or 3. And we want to have maybe at least one in-person event where those that are homeschooling or any sort of alternative education can participate. We have a small business caucus that is currently has a Facebook group. I really would like to see this build and grow. So if you have a small business or know someone that has a small business, we would love for that to be like an actual affiliate. We would like, the same way with the Legal Tender Project and the Banish Big Brother Project, to try to affect legislation that makes it easier for people to run small businesses. And we also just want to look what other groups can we target and work with and get the libertarian message out there and just let them know we care about this issue too and we want to work with you. And that helps all the people who are what is a libertarian, just know a little bit more about what a libertarian actually is. So in September, we will be hosting 2 representatives from the Libertarian Party of the UK. We'll be hosting the chair and we will be hosting the secretary. I have 3 volunteers who have graciously volunteered to open their homes, but we would like to have a backup because between now and September, things can happen. So if we could have one more person that would host them just for a couple days, it's probably going to be a week that they're here. And so, 2 or 3 days between people. And we're also going to need volunteers to drive them from place to place. So if you are interested in doing that, just touch base with me and let me know. We had a lot of great events this year. Let's see, I'll start from down here. We had the Banish Big Brother pub crawl. So thanks again to the Savannah affiliate for putting that together. We basically met in Savannah, we dressed up, we went around and looked at all the different surveillance at several pubs. We talked to people on the way, we passed out brochures. It was a really good time. We chose Savannah, well, for one thing, because they're way over there on the other side of the state and we don't want them to feel left out. But also, they can't just go to their city council and talk about issues. Their city council has to vote on whether or not they want to hear it. So it's like, well, we're gonna bring it and we're gonna let them hear it whether they want to or not. So they did a great job of putting that together. We had 2 range days last year, and a lot of people come out just because it's a range day. And we've had so many people get involved with the LP through the range day. So that's been a really good outreach effort. We had the Great Create last year, which was a festival. We had all kinds of classes teaching people how to keep bees, make cheese, be a citizen journalist. I'm trying to remember gun safety, all kinds of different things, and it was very enjoyable. We had vendors there. We had a film festival, thanks to Jake Green for putting that together. So it was a really good outreach effort. And I'm very proud of the affiliate workshop that we did earlier in the year. We got leaders from different affiliates around the state who came together and learned about our technology, about running local candidates, doing different projects. We hope to do that again this year. I think we're looking at April for doing that, and probably are going to focus on more deeply on those projects. So do a section on, the citizen journalism and the different things like that. We've done a really good job of ramping up our YouTube channel. We've had so many great guests. I've been working with Jake. Jake does a great job of interviewing these folks, and I try to locate some of the folks. We work together on that. But yes, so we've had just some examples. We had Derek Rose, who was at the Great Create Festival. We recently had an episode with James Dutton, who has a lawsuit against the speed detection school zone cameras. Libertarians who make art. We even had the bluegrass band play on there that showed up at the Great Create last year. So I encourage you to go and look. It's also on Rumble, on Odyssey, and we're also doing a great live stream that Zach is producing, and that's always a good time too. So I encourage you to go out and sign up for those. I've already mentioned some of the great things that our affiliates are doing with the Vanish Big Brother project and the workshop that we had. Brian has been doing like petitioning and things, getting people to sign the petition for Cop City. I know that Chase showed up at the City Hall to represent us well. So yeah, if there's any one thing that I want to try to get across during this talk today, it's please, please, please get involved with your local affiliate. Please start your local affiliate. Everybody seems to be very focused on what the state is doing, but that's really not the heart of what we need to be doing. Our affiliates are more important than anything, in my opinion. This is where you actually directly can most affect what is going on. You can actually go and appear before your city council, and I cannot stress enough how important that is. We also, thanks to Daniel McGee, I want to give him a shout out, we got some new t-shirt designs with our new logo. And then we have some more general designs. So I encourage you to go out to our store. We have a split with him. So this is a fundraiser for us. And we also have some pins with libertarian themes that we are trying to sell as a fundraiser. So I encourage you to go out and do that as well. So as we look forward to what is coming in 2024, I just want to give you some words of encouragement. We are in a very, very interesting time, to say the least. Isn't that the the curse. May you live in interesting times. Well, we definitely do. Can you forward? So I want to show you a little video clip. Most of you have probably seen this already. Let's see if it works. Hopefully it works. It doesn't work. So we knew that was a possibility. So I will just tell you, if you haven't seen it already, Klaus Schwab is out there talking about libertarianism. He's talking about how libertarianism, they want to tear everything down. They don't want any government influence in people's lives. This is terrible. This is awful. So that's a little terrifying that we have that attention on us, but it's a little encouraging at the same time too.
Oh, there he goes.
Can we hear?
What we are seeing is a revolution against the system. So fixing the present system is not enough. Now there is, of course, a anti-system which is called Libertarianism, which means to tear down everything which creates some kind of influence of government into private lives. It's dismantling the system.
So how many times have y'all heard someone who is not a libertarian say, libertarians are a joke? We're not a joke anymore. If the World Economic Forum is worried about what we're doing, we're not a joke. We need to take this as, oh my goodness, what can we do with this? If all eyes are on us, what are we going to do with this? So I want to encourage you to say we need to move a little bit beyond. We need to go and try to do some things and influence things in ways that we never have before. So there should be one last slide. So I was, there's, if you ever watched, what is the Back to the Future? When you go back and you change one little thing and it changes everything. And if we know that you could go, if we went to the past that could happen, what if we looked at that from the perspective of today? Where if we change one little thing today, what impact is that going to have on the future? So I gave an example at the last convention where we had a range day. Someone came to that range day. Now that person is very involved. Victoria, actually, thanks, for putting all this together. This happens so many times where we do one little thing and we make one little connection, and it has a huge ripple effect on everything that we do. So I encourage you, I don't want you to be discouraged. I don't want anyone to think, well, we do all this and it doesn't matter, because it does matter, but it often matters in ways that you don't even see. So let's move forward. Let's look at the task that we have. Let's take it seriously. And let's try to look beyond things that don't really matter and focus on the things that really do. So thank you all for hearing me out, and looking forward to a good business meeting.
Thanks for listening.
All right, the next piece on our agenda is our treasurer's report. So we'll have Mr. Moldenhauer come up and he can give us a report.
Ready? Okay, so going over a summary of our profit and loss. I'm going to go into a more detailed slide about revenue and then a more detailed one about expenditures. And we can, and then all of the more detailed account information can be found in Basecamp, but if you have any specific questions, you can always ask me. So, big picture, we could use more money, but we operated at a net negative in 2023, less of a net negative in 2022, but still not where we want to be. Granted, we want to look at things as far as like what our financial situation is, as far as like what our assets are and what we can do with that, what our specific objectives are, because if we have a specific objective that we consider more important than necessarily just like a yearly bottom line, then that can be justified. We just need to know what that is. And then just thinking about an objective that has a purpose, a path, and a priority, just to make sure that we can use all the financial resources that we can have to accomplish our goals. Thank you. So, some key points as far as our revenue in 2023 compared to 2022. Significant decrease in membership income. Some of this can be attributed to these IT errors that we had. In fact, a couple people just checking in today realized that their membership payment had lapsed, but they did not know about it. So thankfully that was resolved in the moment. But that is something we need to resolve as soon as possible. I've compiled a list that I think is almost complete of people that I think either their credit card payment has gone wrong or they've slipped through the cracks. So we'll have initiatives soon as far as getting those people back into a regular payment plan. Can you go back to revenues? We did have an increase in pledge income, so that's a good thing. And then kind of if you were to look more into the details of our revenue sheets, you'll notice that there's just a fluctuation that comes with the political cycle. So as we give funds to candidates, as affiliates do more political activity, you'll alternate between years where you might have more expenditures allocated to those specific accounts. So this year, as in 2023, we had good income as far as convention income goes, because of just where the conventions are stacked. A lot of the income for this convention came in during 2023. So because of the way that cycle goes, that means in 2024, we're going to be offset on that convention income. So that means we really need to ramp up our initiative. Like every initiative that we can have, I'm here to help with any of them. If you come forward to me, I'll tell you what we can do financially to support it. I have a few ideas specifically about regarding the memberships that we've lost and reaching out to new members. But as you can probably tell by like the timbre, the accounting timbre that I'm talking in, my default strategy is going to be to minimize risk while increasing profits. But we want to fight for liberty, not necessarily just save money. That's why there was I lost track of the number I was looking at.
Oh, sorry, I changed slide plan to again.
It's all good. Okay, well, I lost it, but I might get back to it. If we go back to expenditures.
Convention?
Yes, so similarly, there'll be less convention expenditures coming up in 2024. And I think that's about it. Any specific questions? Yes.
Are you able to accept Bitcoin?
Am I able to accept Bitcoin?
Yeah.
I would like to. Yeah, we don't have a system right now, but I could probably spin one up. That's a good suggestion. Yes, Christine.
Did you show a balance sheet?
No, I did not.
Can you?
Yes. Yeah.
Is there one on base camp?
There is one for 2023.
Okay, 4 feet.
Okay, so we have a couple accounts here. We have our operations fund, leveling account. We could keep a fair bit of money if we keep going down. And we keep a lot of our savings in a money market account to increase the interest that we get back. As we all know, inflation is pretty brutal, but just trying to do some small things. So down there's the total amount of cash we have in our bank accounts. Around 18,000.
And does that include the leveling fund
Yes.
being brought back, put back in the bank?
I've not put that back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we'll see that jump.
Yes.
And can I just request that you add that to the standard reports for the next treasurer? Because I ask every single year to see it. At some point, it would be nice just for that to be included in the standard package.
Okay.
Thanks.
Will do.
That's your last slide.
Okay. Yeah. That's. If there are no more questions, I'll pass it on to the next person. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, so our next order of business, thank you, Mr. Moldenhauer. Our next order of business is the Bylaws and Rules Committee report. They are working out their strategy for how they're gonna do the changes on the screen right now, so giving them just a couple seconds. All good? Okay, so Mr. Placey is going to come up as a representative of the Bylaws Committee, and I will be here with him. We'll present our report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now for everybody's favorite part of the meeting, the Bylaws Committee report. So the Bylaws Committee was myself, Mark Mosley, Nick Soselski, Jeffrey Scholl, and Andrew, I'm blanking on his last name, but Andrew. Sorry about that. But we've been working hard to present some proposals for the bylaws that we think would be improvements. So if you'll go to the, so this slide, just a review of how this process works. I will present each of our 5 proposals on behalf of the Bylaws Committee. And then at the end of that, I will speak for 2 minutes just to introduce the proposal and talk about why the committee felt like that was a good idea. And then there will be 8 minutes of discussion. So if any members of the body would like to speak for or against the proposal, that may go on for 8 minutes and at maximum, and then we will have a vote on the bylaw. If the bylaw fails, then the chair may open up for amendments to the bylaws, and we can have a discussion on possible amendments for a maximum of 10 minutes, at which we will vote on the final product, yes or no. So if you will go to the first proposal. So this is a proposal to reduce the size of the executive committee by about 50%. Based on the formula for how we compute the number of people who will be on the executive committee, under the existing bylaws, it will be 22 people on the executive committee. Last year at the election, there were 23. And this is a very large executive committee, and we're requiring 23 people to devote several hours a month to sitting in a meeting where, if we're being honest with ourselves, not a whole lot of actual liberty activism is being accomplished. And many people are there just because we need to fill these spots, and it's not the most exciting work, and most people are there and are just kind of observing because we don't really need to have 23 people on the executive committee. I did ask around some other states how many people are on their executive committee. It's usually somewhere between 7 and 15 people. Georgia is a larger affiliate, so we could be on the larger end, but we under the new formula for this year would be a 16-person executive committee, which is right on the top end of what we're seeing that most other affiliates have.
Thank you. Proposal number 1. We will open this up to debate. We have 8 minutes starting now. Is there any debate?
I have a question. When you went to other states, or looked at other states, what's the percentage of members to, executive committee members? Because I'm looking at the room right here and 20-something seems like more than half.
Right, so I did not ask that particular question, but our affiliate has, around 250 members, and if we have an executive committee with 24 people on it, that's 10% of our entire membership on the executive committee. And if you look at people that are active in the party, it's a large proportion of our active members that are having to devote several hours a month to XCOM instead of doing something else that would probably be more fun for them and would probably be a lot better for the liberty movement than them being on a conference call.
Thank you.
All right, someone else was raising their hand. Mr. Mosley?
So, I am on the bylaw committee, and when we voted on this, I was the sole dissenter. And I'm going to share with you my ideas. I have 4 main ideas for this. Our main objections to this, and I think it's a very bad idea. First of all, this proposal is attempting to solve a problem with the wrong tool. Okay. The problem is not the number of people in XCOM. Our core problem is an issue of morale. It is too easy in our LPGA culture to fall into a state of negative emotion, a state of demoralization that leads to despair and futility. Okay, this is a problem. You can't solve that problem with bylaws change. And so that's number 1. We are attempting to solve the wrong problem with the wrong tool. It's akin to putting a screw in a piece of wood with a paintbrush. Okay. Number 2. Our discussions in the committee focus exclusively on the internal, what was inside the XCOM, and said nothing about what happens outside the XCOM. What is the message we're sending when we restrict the access to state leadership? Whether, regardless of the size of the XCOM, and the structure's been in place for 20 years. Okay, and we've always had the problem of poor performance in people getting discouraged and leaving and having to deal with that. This is a morale problem. It's not going to be resolved with a bylaws change.
Mr. Mosley, your time has expired.
I got two more. Can I ask the body's permission?
Make a motion, we extend the time for this discussion
Okay, how long?
until it's over.
An additional 2 minutes.
An additional 2 minutes.
I can be quick.
Yes.
My third objection. Reducing the XCOM will amplify the effect of any bad decision made by XCOM or any decision that comes from malintent. I have been on this XCOM off and on since the 1990s. I have watched people get on XCOM who are deranged. So they can bring this body, the productivity of this body to a halt. One person. Reducing the size of the XCOM amplifies the ability of one person. That person could be just a vanity case. Okay. Or it could be sex.
Are you suggesting that we have more?
What?
Are you suggesting that we have more?
I'm suggesting if you reject this, leave it alone. This is not going to solve any major problem.
But would it be better if
What's
Yeah.
point 4?
You do have,
Point 4. Okay.
Yeah, but it's not time for questions.
yeah, the member has his rights and he can choose to answer or not.
So my fourth objection is this is a major change, a really major change. And the bylaws committee, in my estimation, and I'm on the bylaws committee, has failed in its responsibility to give this body the time it needs to consider this. Every decision that we make as a body must be well considered. That means you must have the opportunity to see clearly what the decisions the committee is proposing and have time to reflect on it yourself and discuss it amongst yourself. If we don't give you that time, and this decision was not made final in the committee until the 16th, that's less than 2 weeks ago. And there has been no effort from the committee itself. Again, I'm on the committee. I'm one of 5 guys that have been participating in this committee the last 6 months. So I'm pointing the finger at
Mr.
myself as well. Okay? All right. That's it. So that, you should reject this for that reason alone.
Is there anyone speaking in favor?
What?
Of the motion? You're speaking in favor? I'm gonna do back and forth to be fair to the body.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, so
Mr.
just real quick, I mean, I was on XCOM for a year, and I know, like, most people in the meetings don't even talk. Like, it's just, lowering the number of people to me just seems like it would just streamline the whole process. It's just, I don't know, it is too many people, I feel like, to really get anything done. That's really about it. And also, I didn't think any of Mark's points made any sense.
okay. We've got Mr. Aiken, Ms. Austin, whoever wants to.
Thing that jumped out at me from Mark's comment was that he's been on the committee for 20 years, and this has been in place for 20 years, but that's accurate. And you were talking the ratio of how many people on the committee to how many members we have. But 20 years ago, we had, correct me if I'm wrong, correct, you're in here, we had 2,000 members. So if that's the reality.
That was reality.
So 20 years ago, we had 2,000 members. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, we had 400 members. Today, we got 200 members. So it's not, it is the function of the party that is diminished. It's not participation. So if people aren't speaking up in the committee, we have a lot of stuff that goes on, and I agree with you that most people don't jump in because it's very difficult to manage that kind of committee. And, but the reality is, the party has fallen from 2,000 members to 200 members, 85 of which are lifetime members, which are not actively functioning in the main. So, as a group, we've got to figure a way to get 400 members, 600 members, another 1,000 members.
Okay, we had other hands raised. Is there anyone in favor?
Were you in favor or against the
Against the proposal. I'm against the proposal, absolutely. We need more participation, more people hearing what's going on, more people trying to solve the problems. And I mean, we have fundamental problems that, how is it that we fall from 2,000 members to 200 members at a time when libertarianism has been very fertile in the marketplace? I mean, the leader in Argentina is a libertarian now. They're talking about it as the world economic whatever it is there. I can tell you that 40 years ago, there was a phone tree if anyone heard the L word. You know, if anyone heard the L word or saw it in print, we called other people that were engaged. And that's not the problem now. Look here on the headline of the paper. But we're falling off the curve. We're missing our opportunity. And I don't have any specific recommendations. I'm impressed by this convention. I'm impressed by the people that are here. And I'm impressed by the management. But I'm not impressed by our performance. And somehow we've got to improve that. So I vote against that.
Thank you, Mr. Aiken.
So, I was listening, I actually thought maybe you were in favor. And I realized that was the specific why the question was asked, because every year I come to the convention and the business section, it goes on and on and on, and we spend as much time as possible talking about this particular issue, and I know we got a lot going on today. I'd like to keep it to a certain time frame, but I think that one of the reasons that and I could be wrong, I've only been here a few years, but we do spend a lot of time on things that could potentially that time could be used somewhere else. And I wonder, you know, if people are zoned out in these meetings, or there's like I personally don't have I'm here because just an increase in numbers. Now I don't if it's required to be on XCOM or to be in this committee or that committee, okay, but if someone else wants to do it, then I'd rather have the person who wants to do it. And having such a high percentage of members required to do it means that the time of the few members that we do have is going to be spent in these meetings and not maybe talking to somebody about Libertarian and joining the party to increase the numbers. So I
trouble filling slots?
we did.
No.
Okay. Was that
Maybe in a couple of years we will.
all right? One of you two had your hands up for a while. Ms. Austin, Mr. Dolan. Ms. Austin, we'll go with you. We've got, and I'm going to say we have 22 seconds. So
First of
with
all, then I'll go quick. First of all, having the slots open does not mean we have to fill them. I encourage everybody who wants to participate to have the opportunity to participate in leadership. I don't want to close those slots off to anybody. We don't have to fill the slots, and if you choose to zone out at a meeting, that's on you, but I want them available. And I'd like to point out that just because our membership is down, that is a failure. That doesn't mean we give up. That means we build our membership back up and we leave those slots open for those people who want to take that position.
that's time. Without objection, I will increase the limits of this specific debate by 3 minutes.
Yes, please.
I object.
There is objection. All right, so I guess we can take it. Is there I will hear a motion to,
Second.
all right, it is moved. Would you mind making that a proper motion for me?
How many minutes did you say?
3 minutes.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to extend the time for debate on this particular bylaws proposal by 3 minutes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to extend the debate limit time of 3 minutes. Is there any debate?
Routinely, we slam Congress because nobody reads legislation. You know, they get a 2,000-page bill and they haven't read it. But Mark is saying that 3 days ago, this thing was published. We come into these meetings not fully informed on what it is. I mean, and now I'm going to use your presentation just only as an example. I mean, it's just, the financials are on a PDF on the screen 40 feet away. We're not really, don't really have the opportunity to evaluate what we're dealing with. This, whatever this motion is, should have been published to all the members a month ago, 2 weeks ago, the day it was passed. Not here now, on the screen. So we don't have an opportunity to evaluate this, and we've got 74 seconds to consider. You know, I yield my time to those 74 seconds.
All right. Anyone? All right. Would you like to be recognized and make that a motion? Whoever.
Next question.
Ms. Austin has made a motion to call the question all the way up, I guess, to the, what, would end debate on everything.
No, we're extending the
No.
Oh, yeah, we're extending debate. Good Lord, see, this is why. Thank you. So, Ms. Austin would like to close debate on the extending the time limits for the debate on this specific bylaws recommendation. It is not debatable. This will close debate and we will vote on whether to extend time or not. Those in favor, it's a 2/3 vote as well. Those in favor of
Ending discussion.
ending discussion, thank you, on this extension of time, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Thank you. Be brave. All right, that was a resounding aye. The ayes have it. The motion carries. That motion, we have closed debate, which means that this specific bylaws proposal is going forward to a vote.
What?
It-
No, 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. We
We just called the question on whether to extend debate, so now we are voting on whether to extend debate.
thank you.
Discussion's been long for 3 minutes.
Yeah, it did. All right. Those in favor of extending time for 3 minutes on this bylaws proposal, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Time is extended for 3 minutes. All right, who's our next person? Mr. Dolan? I'm gonna go with Mr. Dolan. He was,
I've been on XCOM three years in a row now. It is not, in my opinion, too much of a burden to show up one Monday night a month. And there are many times I've sat in the meeting and not said anything just because someone else has already said it and I don't wish to burden the body. Yes, we have times when people don't show up. Under the bylaws, if you do not show up and give no excuse, which is not difficult, it's not difficult to give an excuse. If you do not show up and do not give an excuse twice in a row, you are replaced. Every time we have had a replacement up for as a possibility, we have had more people willing to step in those replacement slots recently than we have had replacement slots. Mr. McKinney has tried several times to fill a replacement slot after he was unavailable once, and there's always been more people willing to step in. I do not believe that size is the problem. I believe that reducing the size of the committee makes us more vulnerable to a number of things. For one thing, more work upon those upon the reduced number. Also, it makes us more vulnerable to capture of the body in a time of difficult factionalism, which unfortunately we have seen in other states that we do not wish to have in this state. We want to have more voices at the table, more coming together. We don't want to follow the states that have split up parties because someone doesn't feel represented on their executive committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Green, would you like to speak?
I've been on XCOM since this past convention. I've missed a couple meetings. Most of the meetings I showed up to, nothing ever happened. What's the saying? Camel was a horse designed by a committee. We have too many people. We need to streamline what we're doing. We need to take chances and not delve so much into the minutia and grind it out between each other. We need fewer people as leaders and more people as soldiers.
Libertarians are great at that.
I don't believe the XCOM should be 23 stinking people. That's too many people talking, too many opinions. I think we need to vastly streamline what we're doing because it takes up a lot of time on things that sometimes don't matter, sometimes do. And if the membership has dropped in the past 20 years, and this is how many people have been on it for 20 years, maybe we need to change something.
Thank you. Mr. Craig, you were.
Yeah, just one thing, a lot of times we don't know who's gonna be the next stud in the party, right? We don't know who's gonna be that volunteer that becomes awesome. Like, the fact is, one of those people who will not get elected today could be that upcoming stud, right? By not letting them on to be there. A lot of times when you bring folks in, people rise to the top. If we minimize it, you're still gonna have a percentage that are gonna quit, drop out, not show up. So instead of having 50% of 23 not helping, you're gonna have 50% of 15 not helping, right? So when you minimize it, the chances of you getting that next great candidate, that next campaign manager decreases because of that lack of numbers.
Okay, that's time. Thank you, Mr. Craig. All right, our time for debate has ended. Now, there is an opportunity to extend, but if you guys are okay. It's been moved to extend debate. Is there a second?
Second.
How much time?
What's your time?
What?
Eight?
By 8 minutes. All right, it has been moved to extend time by 8 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to extend our time by 8 minutes. Is there any debate?
I guess I'd like to say something, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I think that, in just my opinion, we all know the issue and are ready to vote on the original question.
Okay. You do have the option to.
I made a motion that we call the question.
Yes. All right. It has been moved. That just requires a second, right?
Second.
Moved and seconded to end debate on extending our time limits of debate. It is not debatable. Those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. All right, we're going to move directly to the extension of time for 8 minutes on this bylaws proposal. Those in favor of extending time, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it. Debate time has not extended, and we go directly to the bylaws proposal. Would you mind reading it and giving the full, what the effect will be, so that I can,
One person confirmation is 2/3 or simple majority.
2/3.
2/3.
Thank you. So for some other bylaws. So the proposal is to amend Article 4 of the executive, of the bylaws as follows. The edit to Section 1, subsection C, 1 committee member from each state district containing at least 1 LPGA member, and additional committee members from each state district for every 15% of the LPGA's members as of January 1st living in that district. And to amend Article 4, Section A, subsection 3, the delegates to the annual convention will elect members at large to serve on the executive committee who shall perform duties as assigned by the executive committee. There will be 3 at-large members. The at-large members of the executive committee shall begin their tenure at the close of the convention at which they are elected and serve until the close of the next annual convention.
Thank you, sir.
So what that means is under the current formula for determining how many people will be on the executive committee, there will be 22 members under the current formula, and there would be 16 members under the new formula.
Thank you. All right. The question is on the adoption of this bylaws amendment. Those in favor of this amendment, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
That seems like a 2/3. Yeah, the nays have it. The motion does not pass. This amendment is not passed. Yeah, it's not. All right, we'll move to our second proposal.
Proposal number 2 is to add a requirement to be a member of the Libertarian Party of Georgia that you actually have to live in Georgia. The bylaws committee felt that it was a little bit strange to have out-of-state residents be able to be members of this Georgia party and to have a say in what we're doing with our state party. One caveat we did add was that anybody who became a lifetime member before tomorrow will always be a member of the Libertarian Party of Georgia regardless of where they live. But if you become a lifetime member after tomorrow, then you would only be able to be a member when you physically live in Georgia.
All right, the bylaws committee has brought forward an amendment to the bylaws. Is there any debate starting, hang on, now? Mr. Allen.
Actually, I have a point of information. How is residency being determined under this proposal?
That is something that the committee did not discuss in detail. Several other states have this requirement in their bylaws and don't have a really detailed explanation of residency in the bylaws. So this would be a matter of administration. I can think of several reasonable definitions, but I mean, I would imagine it would be pretty rare for there to be a real controversy over what that means.
Primary address?
Could it be a post office box?
I think what's on the agenda.
Okay. We are currently in debate. We're going to move to the next person. Mr. Graham?
Yeah, I speak in favor of this. I would love to see this loophole closed. And I don't think that people that live in other states should have voting rights within the state of Georgia. But something to point out as well is there is an interesting concept.
Can't hear you, Ryan.
There's an interesting thing in the national delegation where we end up having people from out of state become our national delegates as well. And this would close that loophole up pretty good too, which I think we should. We shouldn't have people from other states speaking on behalf of our state. So I'm totally for this.
Alex? Okay, is there anyone speaking in opposition? Mr. Turpish?
All right, so my reasons for opposing are actually a little bit elaborate, and I don't want to spend a lot of time doing it because we shouldn't be considering bylaws of changes during even numbered years. This is why we have odd numbered years conventions. We have extra business to do this year, like picking national delegates. I really think we should just vote up and no on all these without debate and move on.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Baggett?
I just, I'd like to see it defined, what is a Georgia resident. We have snowbirds. They might go down to Florida, they might come back, I don't know. But I'd like to see it defined before we vote to exclude.
Thank you.
Move to call the question?
All right, we have a motion to call the question. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to end debate on this bylaws proposal. Is there any, obviously there's no debate because you can't. Those in favor of ending debate on this bylaws proposal, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
All right, we will move directly to the vote on this. Those in favor of adopting this proposal to the bylaws, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. This bylaws proposal passes and will be added to our bylaws.
We have division
We do have division.
at your discretion.
Yeah,
So if there are 5 delegates that wish to overturn the ruling of the chair on a voice vote, then we will proceed to a counted vote.
okay. So what's the,
So if you are appealing the ruling of the chair on the voice vote, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, okay, there are 5, so we need a counted vote.
okay, we will do a counted vote. Those in favor, if you would mind, we do standing or raise hands?
Raise hand, we can do raise hand.
Let's do raise hands. All right, those in favor of adopting this proposal, please raise your hand and we'll do a count. Can somebody be on page for
We can
us?
count off.
We can count off, all right.
Yes. So 1,
2, 3, 4, 5,
6,
7,
8,
9,
10,
11,
12,
Danny,
13, 14, 15,
16,
17, 18, 19,
20,
21,
22,
23,
24, 25,
26,
27,
28,
29,
30,
31.
32, 33, 34, 35, 36.
36 in favor. Those opposed, please raise your hands. 1,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hang on.
All right, let's just count. Everybody saying no, raise your hand again.
And
we'll
count them down.
1,
2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
8.
8.
8,
So 36 to 8. All right.
I think
That's
that's
2/3.
2/3. All right, the motion passes after a division of the vote. So we will move on to our next proposal.
Alex, can you write down 36 to 8 for me? Yes. All right, so proposal number 3 is a revision to Article 9, which is currently about arbitration. So in the event of certain decisions or actions by the party that someone believes is they're not being done justice by the party, then currently the XCOM would appoint a one-off arbitration panel to adjudicate that. And we are proposing to replace the current Article 9 with a new Article 9 instituting a judicial committee. So if you'll go on to the next couple of slides. This provides more structure to the process of reviewing certain decisions. For one thing, decisions by the executive committee does not fall into the current scope of the arbitration article, but would fall into the scope of what the judicial committee could review under this new judicial committee article. Several other states have a very similar judicial committee article in their bylaws. And so specifically the jurisdiction, there are 8 items that we're specifically calling out to fall under the jurisdiction of the judicial committee. So it's more spelled out than in our current arbitration article. And then it would be an elected body of 5 committee members instead of each, arbitration panel being elected ad hoc by the executive committee.
Do you want to say what 8 things?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Secretary.
So the 8 items that would fall under the jurisdiction of the Judicial Committee, suspension or revocation of county or affiliate charters under Article 6, Section D, suspension of officers and executive committee members, voiding of executive committee decisions when petitioned by at least 2 members of the executive committee or 20% of the current LPGA membership. 4, suspension of memberships. 5, challenges to platform planks. You go on to the next slide. 6, challenges to resolutions. 7, censure of candidates. 8, interpretation of LPGA bylaws.
Is there anything else you want to say on it?
No.
Okay. All right. This is our third proposal on amending the bylaws of the state of Georgia for the Libertarian Party of Georgia. Is there any debate? I see multiple hands. I'm going to start with Mr. Dolan.
Given that this is a very large proposal and it involves striking an entire section and replacing it in whole, and none of us have been able to review this in detail, I would move that we table this and further bylaws proposals until our next state convention.
You're
Second.
I think
We need to check the bylaws on it.
you can always vote to table stuff.
To postpone to the next.
Yes, I would like to inform Mr. Dolan that he's right that this one and one of the other ones are really long. So if you could amend your motion to table Proposal 3 and Proposal 5, I pinky swear that Proposal 4 is really short.
That means if he's wrong, we get to cut off his pinky.
It's a good deal, Danny.
You know, if we can still table number 4 later. I'll take 3 and 5.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to postpone until the next annual convention, Proposals 3 and 5 of the Bylaws Committee report. And we've got some checks on.
Postponement is debatable and it requires a majority vote.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. That was great.
Debatable doesn't mean you have to debate.
Just saying. But it is debatable.
Wrong question.
Proposal 3 and 5. Is there any debate?
Debate. Call the question.
Mr. Mosley.
Yeah, I'm speaking in favor of this tabling. As a first move to raising our standards, as far as to see that any proposal that comes before this body is well considered. So if the committees fail in that regard, then we should not consider it. We should either table the measure or reject it for that reason alone. We don't want to be trending toward what we see in Congress with these 5,000-page bills dropped on the floor to be voted on in 24 hours. We must do better than that. So that's all. I'm in favor of it.
Call the question?
So we move. Please don't.
Okay.
Please don't. I think it will go faster if we don't. I'm gonna. Okay. Are you speaking in opposition?
Opposition, yeah, I got this a week ago, I read it, you guys didn't get it?
No.
Vote on it.
Okay. Mr. Oliver?
So I would like to echo Mr. Mosley's sentiments. When I ran against Herschel, or ran against Raphael Warnock, one of the things I rightly pinned him up for was the fact that he doesn't read the bills he votes on. And the majority of this body hasn't had the time to review these things. I do think we should table it as responsible. It's showing us to be responsibly governing our party the way we would like to responsibly govern the state and our localities. And so I think we should stand by our principles and table this until all the members have the chance to actually look through this, because this is the first time I've seen it, and I know a lot of people are seeing it for the first time today as well.
Oh my gosh. Is there any further debate? Mr. Langham?
I'm in favor of tabling it, but the longer the discussion goes on, the more I feel like we shouldn't table because we're spending so much time talking about it.
Mr. Mosley.
Just one sentence. A week's notice is not enough. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Is there any further debate?
Call the question.
Thank you, guys. Please
No,
don't.
please don't.
Please don't. There's no more debate. Hearing none, we're going to move to the postponing to the next annual convention, proposal 3 and 5 of the bylaws report. Those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Sounds like the ayes have it. Proposal 3 and Proposal 5 are postponed until the next convention. Everybody does have these now. They will be coming up at the next convention. We are required by the bylaws and by Robert's rules to do them at the next convention. Please read up on them because they will come up again. So they are there. Proposal 4. I will give it back to Mr. Placey.
Jared, you wanna hear
Oh.
from Spike for a minute?
Yes, sorry
So
about
you
that.
go at ease. or-
Yeah,
And also, if you wanna place orders for lunch, there's a food truck, that might take a little while, but.
okay, the body can stand at ease. It sounds like Spike Cohen is here, and I think he would like to have a word with our body.
Order
So-
of the day, Spike Cohen is not on the agenda.
She's right, we
She's-
need to have a vote to amend the agenda.
Okay?
We didn't vote to get these.
You don't have to.
Why don't we just finish this up?
Okay.
Middle of a bylaws report.
All right. That's fine. Okay, we have called for the orders of the day. When that happens, I have to go directly to the agenda, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Proposal number 4 is going to be presented by Mr. Placey.
Thank you. So what the bylaws committee noticed is that the threshold for amending Article 2, principles and objectives of the bylaws, the threshold for amending that is 7/8. But the place where that threshold of 7/8 is located is in a part of the bylaws that can be amended by 2/3. So if somebody really wanted to, they could vote by 2/3 to amend the threshold for amending Article 2 to change it from 7/8 to something else. So what we have decided to propose is to put the threshold for amending 7/8, the threshold for amending Article 2 of 7/8 inside a subsection of our article on amendments that we are also saying requires 7/8 to amend.
I get that. It's like an inception.
Call the question.
We gotta get to the question first. All right, the question is on the adoption of this bylaws proposal. Is there any debate?
Yes, thank you, John.
We have a motion to end debate on this without any, is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to end debate on this. Those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
I like courage. I like the one person that'll say no. The debate has been ended. We're going to move directly to a vote. Those in favor of adopting this bylaws amendment, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries. This proposal is adopted, and the bylaws will be amended and released to everyone.
And the
Wait, Mr. Green.
information, is this the report that was sent out a week ago that I spent a long time reading? Because my number 4 is different than the number 4.
I reordered them after I sent the report
Oh,
out.
okay, so which ones do we table?
2 and 4 got switched, so we still table 3 and 5.
All right,
Okay.
well, I'm confused. Success to the chair.
It's all good.
Alright.
All right, our next order of. We have more.
But no, that's it.
That's
The
it.
next is platform.
Okay, that ends our debate on the Bylaws and Rules Committee report. Yes, sir.
Motion to amend the agenda to allow for Mr. Cohen to speak.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the agenda to allow Mr. Cohen to speak. Is there a second?
How long?
For how long? That is a good question, thank you. It's your motion.
How long is
10 minutes.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to allow 10 minutes for Mr. Cohen to speak. Is there any debate?
Will there be a timer?
He says he doesn't need to.
Says he doesn't need 10.
I heard
Alright,
fighting
Three
about it
minutes,
last
actually,
night,
David.
and they said something about half an hour.
half an hour.
No, I need 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay.
All right.
Go for it.
Is there any further debate? Those in favor of allowing Mr. Cohen to speak for 10 minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. The agenda has been adopted to add 10 minutes. Spike, it's you.
Thank you. I'm gonna take far less than 3 minutes. Folks, thank you so much for having me. I just wanted to, before I leave, tell y'all, love y'all, thank you for being a part of this. We are going to be, for anyone here who is not a delegate, not going to be voting, we're gonna be doing a brief workshop now that can help walk you through the process of how we actually take actions on the causes. And we're using the Hernandez cause, the Hernandez family cause, as an example of that. So if anyone here not voting or bored or whatever doesn't want to be part of this anymore, I get it. And we'll be over there for a little bit just to do that. But the one last thing I want to say is that very often when we talk about our causes, it can become this abstraction, this abstract concept. This is Matt Hernandez. This is the husband of Matt and Tucky Hernandez, who are being put through this. And Matt is here and has been doing interviews and has been going across the state and doing a lot of things that a father of two never thought he would have to do. And he thought he'd have to do it alone. The purpose of You Are the Power, and for that matter, the purpose of the Libertarian Party, is that folks who are being harmed by the state don't have to do it alone. So in all things that you do, whether it's through the party or through You Are the Power or through some other organization, remember, we are doing this so that people who are being run roughshod over by the centralization of power of the state aren't having to do it alone, and so that we can win. So that's all I wanted to say. I love you all. Keep fighting for liberty. Thank you so much for having me here. Have a great day.
And under 3 minutes.
Yes, under 3 minutes.
All right, we will move on to our next order of business, which is the platform committee. Ms. Austin, if you would like to come up and speak in favor of your committee.
Okay, how's this?
It's good.
I want to start off by thanking my committee once again. Everybody worked really hard. We did a lot of work. There were 7 of us on that committee, and I don't think everybody is here. Caroline Laybourne is not here, but she did a lot of work on this. Jeffrey Scholl, William Richards, Tom Blooming, Mark Mosley, Martin Cowan. I just appreciate all the hard work they did, and I hope that you will give us a little bit of time to present. So the first platform that we are proposing to amend is one of the proposals from last year that we did not get to because we ran out of time. So I want to bring that up first. And that is 3.5, rights and discrimination. The change we made follows the change that was made to the national platform at Reno. And the committee felt very strongly about this for a number of reasons, which many of you are going to be familiar with, but we feel that we replaced the language with language that was even stronger and did a better job of expressing the freedoms that we want to support here. So one of the issues with this platform was the phrase irrational and repugnant. This is the strongest language in our entire platform, and we didn't feel like this particular issue deserved the strongest language. It's not the most important issue on our platform, so we changed that language. The word bigotry. I know this is a sensitive topic, but that word has kind of evolved to mean a lot more things than it used to mean. It's actually been stretched to the point where you're a bigot if you're a Republican. And further, bigotry is about the way you think. And everything in the Libertarian platform is about actions. We oppose your actions. We oppose violence. We don't want to police thought. And for that reason, we changed the language to be a more strong affirmation of our support for individual rights.
So you can't see the whole thing here, but the new language is, we uphold and defend the rights of every person, regardless of their race, ethnicity, or any other aspect of their identity. We just feel like that, it makes a stronger statement. And we changed the word abridge to promote. Government should neither deny nor abridge. We wanted to clarify you can't deny or promote any specific group. So there's a few different changes here, but we feel it makes it a stronger platform. Are there any questions?
Okay, no questions. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab.
You're gonna go to discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, the platform committee, we get 8 minutes on this thing, right? Per, and then it's, or is it 10?
Oh, we get 15.
15, kill or go, right, is what it is. It's not, it's up or down.
And then a possibility for 10 minutes of considering amendments.
Okay. All right, the platform committee has brought forward proposal number 1. Is there any discussion? Mr. Dolan.
2 points. First of all, the only business of government, if government has business, is to promote all rights. All rights are individual rights. All rights are human rights. That is the only business of government. So I question that addition of promote, because government should promote all rights. Second, with all respect to the platform committee, you do hard work. I respect your work. I love your work. But again, this is 21 pages of discussion. That again, I've just gotten a QR code here. This is the first time I've looked at it. Last year, it was nice to be able to review it in advance and give feedback in advance of the convention. This year, I don't feel like we've had that opportunity. And so, again, I would move to table this and other platform proposals until next convention. Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded to postpone the platform committee report until the next convention in 2025. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we will move directly to a vote. Those in favor of postponing the platform committee report until 2025, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
I'm just gonna have a raised hand vote for this. Those in favor?
Majority, right?
What's that?
Simple majority.
It's a majority, yes, sir. Those in favor of postponing this until next year, the platform committee report, please raise your hands. We're gonna do a count off. Just make it happen.
1, 2, 3,
4, 5,
6,
7,
8,
9,
12,
13, 14,
15,
16,
17,
19.
20, 21, 22.
22, what's our number?
Well,
I know, you gotta go.
for any vote, it's just
Yeah.
a comparing number of for and against.
Okay. Those opposed, please raise your hand.
1,
2,
3,
4, 5,
6,
7,
8,
10,
11,
12,
13,
14, 16,
17.
17.
All right, that's 22 to 17. The ayes have it, and the platform committee is postponed, or the report is postponed until the following year. I guess we're gonna have to.
That's all right.
All right.
Thank you, Christine.
Zipping along.
All right, we just, yeah, just come to it. He's gonna come back to
Nomination party can have candidates.
Yep. All right.
I move to amend the agenda to postpone lunch for the next couple of agenda items. Tentatively, the time is now 10:15. I would propose to amend the agenda to put lunch after the election of party officers. We had originally budgeted 1 hour for bylaws and 1.5 hours for platform. We appear to have gotten through those things significantly faster than expected. So unless the body would like to eat lunch at 10:15, I think that we can keep going.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to amend the agenda to put lunch after the election of party officers, correct?
Question.
Is there any debate? Hearing none. Those in favor of amending the agenda to put lunch in its proper spot? All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Thank you. All right. We have updated lunch to be after the election of party officers. Now we move forward to the next part of our agenda, candidate nominations and endorsements. The party's nominee for public office shall be chosen by a 2/3 vote. Endorsements of candidates in nonpartisan and special elections by the Libertarian Party of Georgia shall be by 2/3 of the votes cast at an annual convention or by a 2/3 vote of the executive committee. Obviously, we're at the convention, so it will just be 2/3 of our votes here. And each candidate may make a speech, and the length depends on the office. So if you're important, you get longer, right? So, I will open up the floor for nominations for public office. Mr. Eakin?
Nominate Tom Bloom for PSC candidacy in District 5.
All right, we have a nomination.
Second.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I move to suspend the requirement for nominating petitions.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules. It's a 2/3 vote to require nominating petitions. Is there any debate? Basically, we would have to go around and get signatures on a piece of paper, and it'd be painful for everybody. Okay. Given there's no debate, those in favor of waiving that rule, suspending that rule for our nominations, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. We will move forward to the nominations. We have a nomination for Public Service Commission, District 5, for Tom Blooming. I'm not sure how we usually do it. Do we take all of our nominations at once, or we just start with our one?
Take all the nominations and then break them down to each individual one.
Okay. All right, further nominations.
Nominate Victoria Salgo for Public Service Commission, District 3.
All right. We have a nomination for Victoria Salvia for Public Service Commission, District 3. Are there any other nominations? We got, bring them all on.
Question, is it, for the handling of, which district? Is it
PSC
2, which was, nominated in the last cycle, and we still have a candidate, sitting who was denied his election by the court system. Is it proper to reaffirm his nomination for when it comes up again?
I say bring them on. Let's make it official.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Dolan, if you'd like to make that.
I would reaffirm Colin McKinney's nomination for PSC 2.
All right. It's been nominated. We have a nomination for PSC 2, Mr. McKinney, for Public Service Commission District 2. Any further nominations for public office? All right. Perfect. So we have our nominations. We will, I guess we'll send out ballots for it.
All of these are uncontested, so we can do it by voice vote.
We can do it by voice.
Yep.
Look at that. All right. Noted.
We've had a previous ruling of the chair that NOTA doesn't count as a candidate if that's uncontested, if no other live person is running. However, you could move to appeal the ruling of the chair again, given that that happened several years ago and we're now a new body, but just for your information.
Okay,
Point of information, I believe you need to hear from the candidates before we vote on them.
that is a good call, and we can do that. So we will take our speeches. Those who are here today, if you would like to accept your nominations, you have, we'll call it, is there a time specified in the bylaws?
5 minutes.
We'll give you 5 minutes. It is just the Public Service Commission this year. So, we'll start with
Brevity will
District,
be rewarded.
let's do District 5 first. I'm just gonna call you by numbers, so.
Thanks. Howdy, if you don't know me, my name is Tom Blooming. I'm an electrical engineer. I design and build power systems for data centers. As a result, I got kind of encouraged to run for PSC District 5. Not thrilled about the whole, running for office part of it, but I do watch the PSC hearings, on YouTube, and they get broadcast, and I would enjoy it, I think, and odds of winning are small, I understand, but I think it would be fun. I'm glad to be on the ballot.
All right. All right, District 2.
For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Colin McKinney. I'm with Greater Athens. Firstly, thank you for your support in 2022 and for trusting me to represent y'all in the PSC race. And I'm sorry that I didn't actually make it onto anyone's ballot. That was obviously disappointing to me and to y'all, I hope, but I hope I haven't disappointed you in any other way in the last 2 years. That being said, the last 2 years have given me ample opportunity to consider a libertarian approach to the PSC office. When it comes to buying energy, what is important to me is not necessarily what is important to you. And what's important to you is not necessarily what's important to me. Some of y'all might care how your energy is created. Some of you might care what environmental risk is undertaken in the creation of that energy. Some of you might value reliability or whether you're allowed to generate your own electricity and sell it back to your provider. But regardless of which is most important to you, I think we can all agree that the state government should not require that you buy your electricity from one particular supplier. This country and our economy thrive on freedom of choice, and electricity should be subject to free market pressure just like everything else. Currently, the PSC and Georgia Power have an arrangement in which the government controls the means of production, distribution, and exchange of electricity for its 2.7 million customers. Yet the ones who profit are not the community Georgia Power serves, but rather its shareholders. I believe the path forward is to guide the PSC toward allowing Georgians a choice in electricity providers, even if our PSC candidates can earn a modest percentage of votes. Hope we can move the needle toward more freedom for Georgians. If you'd like to check out my website that still exists, it's McKinney4GA. That's McKinney4GA.com. Thanks, y'all.
All right, the only one left is PSC 3.
Hi everyone, how you doing? Thank you so much for having me represent District 3 PSC. I'm very glad to serve you. And I'm really also excited to have a platform from which to speak about liberty, libertarianism. Through this, I intend on making more of a splash for our party, for making a much larger outreach, for making connections for us, and just for putting us more on the map as much as possible. So I'm really excited to be able to stand up and just rise up to this challenge. And I thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
I've got to let everyone know, we had a couple members corner Victoria the other night and twist her arm to get her to run. And she's excited about it. It's a good time. But I have to thank the people who recruited her, but also thank her for her willingness to do that, especially on such short notice. 2 days and already ready to go. So that's really a cool thing. So please vote in favor of that. That's all I gotta say, right? You said it can be a voice vote?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, cord's a little short. I'm going to do each district individually, and I will do a voice vote. We can do a yes, no, we'll call it. The no will be our NOTA for everyone who is curious. So we'll start with District 5. Tom Blooming has been nominated for the position to be our representative in the Public Service Commission District 5 race. Those in favor of nominating him, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Perfect. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Mr. Blooming is officially our PSC 5 district representative. All right, we're gonna go to District 3. Victoria Salvia has been nominated to be our District 3 representative for the Public Service Commission. Those in favor of allowing her to run as a representative of the state of Georgia, of the Libertarian Party of Georgia, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion carries. Victoria Salvia is our representative. And Colin McKinney for Public Service Commission District 2. He's been nominated. Those in favor of having him be our nominated representative for the Libertarian Party of Georgia, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion carries. All three of our candidates are now all right. Given there are no further nominations, we will move on to the next piece of business, which is the election of party officers. So this year it's vice chairman and secretary that are on the ballot. Nominations can be made from the floor with a written petition. We've already waived that.
Yeah, we waived it all.
So we will skip that. Candidates may give speeches of 3 minutes each. Officers shall be elected by majority vote. So I will hear, we'll start with vice chairman. I will hear nominations for that.
I nominate Brian Allen for vice chair.
Nice.
All right. We have a nomination for vice chairman. I have Brian Allen for that. Are there further nominations?
I move the nominations be closed.
All right. It's been moved that nominations be closed. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any debate? Hearing none. Those in favor of closing nominations for vice chairman, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
There we go. Yeah, the one. Okay. The motion carries. Nominations are now closed. Let's do this with a ballot.
This
Just-
can
He's a
also
single
be
candidate, all you
voice.
need to do is vote on
All right, we'll do a voice vote. Cool. So, we have our candidate. Those in favor of our vice chair being Brian Allen, please say aye.
Aye.
Too late. You want to give a speech?
I'm kidding.
Come on, shout it.
go to Nixon back.
I promise I'm not Nixon. Thanks, everyone. Last time I stood before you, I promised I'd do the work, and since then I've tried to live up to that promise, both on XCOM and as your policy director. And as vice chair, I promise I will continue to do the work as best I can, especially helping out Elizabeth with all the hard work she does. And I look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
All right, I jumped the gun on you guys. Now that we've had a speech, those in favor of our vice chairman being Brian Allen, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion carries, and Mr. Allen is our vice chairman. All right, secretary nominations.
I would like to nominate Dane Lacey.
I accept.
Second.
All right, we have Mr. Placey, who has been brought forward as a candidate. Are there any further nominations? Without objection, we will move to a speech from our secretary candidate.
Hi again. So I've been secretary for about a year now. I must be a pretty strange person because I actually kind of enjoy getting here at 6:45 and having a million different tabs open. So, of all the positions, I kind of have the most well-defined duties of all the officers. Get the minutes out, keep track of our membership. Thank you, Danny, Elizabeth, Jared, for all your help on that. But I think that I've been doing a pretty good job with that, and I hope the convention body feels the same way. Thank you.
All right, we're going to do this one by voice vote as well. Those in favor of Mr. Placey becoming our newly elected secretary, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Placey has won a second term. All right, this is where it starts getting fun. The next piece of business is our election of district executive committee members.
Technically, it would now be lunchtime again, but because this body is going remarkably fast, so thank you, everyone. I think that we could probably get all the XCOM elections done before lunch. So I'll move to amend the agenda again to put lunch after the election of at-large executive committee members.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to move lunch after all of the executive committee pieces, so that will move lunch before the election of delegates to the National Convention. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of moving lunch before the election of delegates to the National Convention, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Okay.
All right, the motion carries. The ayes have it. So we will come here real quickly. The executive committee expectations are to attend the monthly executive committee meetings, build affiliates in your region, be familiar with the bylaws and the policy manual, participate in discussions on base camp, serve on at least one committee, and fundraise at least $250 annually. And we really want to enforce this because this is a really important role, and it's a really important piece of this, especially the fundraising part. We're all responsible for it as members of the party, but especially our leaders in this organization. So we really want our people to be, if you're going to be on this board, you have to take it seriously. You have to make it something that you care about. You're going to show up, you're going to do the work, you're going to raise the funds, and you're going to participate in the discussions, the votes, all of those types of things. So those are some just baseline expectations. We do expect great people to jump on, and we do want that to continue into the future. So what we're going to do for the district committee is we're going to have everybody split up into their district caucuses. It's shown on the map here. You'll probably all have to walk up here unless you already know. And you'll go into your district and you can decide who your executive committee members will be. Each district, do you have the numbers for the districts?
Yes.
Okay, so here are your numbers as well. PSC 1 will get 2 people. We'll probably want to put this on a piece of paper somewhere. PSC 2 will get 3 executive committee members. PSC 3 will get 3. PSC 4 will get 3. And PSC 5 will get 3 as well. So that's a total of 14.
Yes.
Man. Ha. Got it right. Cool. That's 14 members through the districts, and then we'll vote on our at-large. All right, let's all start taking our seats. I hope everybody's got some snacks, gone to the bathroom, got some more coffee. Start making your way back.
Can you log in your computer again?
Yeah, it's 795.
There you go.
All right, looks like we got most of everyone back. So our next order of business is going to be our election of at-large executive committee members. Before we do that, do we have all the names?
Yeah, I
of the districts? Okay, would you mind calling them out for us, just so we have?
District 1 did not have anybody who was available to run, so those vacancies will be filled by the executive committee. District 2 is Warren Cunningham, Doug Craig, and Colin McKinney. District 3 is Ryan Graham, Laura Williams, and Jim Sheehan. District 4 is Scott Boykin.
Point of order, can you give them a microphone, please? Yes.
Point of personal privilege, but yes.
Thank you. District 1, nobody is present today who is available, so those vacancies will be filled later. District 2, Warren Cunningham, Doug Craig, and Colin McKinney. District 3, Ryan Graham, Laura Williams, and Jim Sheehan. District 4, Scott Boykin, David Barker, and William Richards. District 5, Danny Dolan, Andrea Holt, and Mitchell Johnson.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Placey. At this time, we'll move on to election of our at-large executive committee members. And we get 4 of those this year. Nominations, same as before, they're made from the floor. We have waived our written petition requirement, and candidates may give speeches of 3 minutes each, and members shall be elected by a majority vote. We'll open up nominations. Is that a nomination?
Yeah, I would like to nominate Zach Barnell.
All right. Zach Barnell, you've been nominated for that. We have a second. He accepts.
I nominate Warren Talbot.
All right, we have a nomination and a second. Do you accept? Victoria? Is that a yes?
Oh, wait.
Victoria? Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to nominate Mark Mosley.
We have a nomination for Mr. Mosley
Second.
and a second. Do you accept? All right. Are there any other nominations? What's that? Christine Austin. Nominate yourself.
Second.
All right. And obviously she accepts. So we have,
Any other nominations? Any other nominations?
are there any other nominations for these spots? All right, how many do we have?
4.
We have 4.
We got 4 spots.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do for that is I'm going to allow us to vote on these as a slate. And if you guys are okay with that, hearing no objection, those,
Objection, it needs to be voted on individually.
okay, we will do it.
I move to suspend the rules to allow the election of all 4 candidates for at-large executive committee by slate.
It's been moved and seconded
That's fine.
to.
Do it the right way.
It's been moved and seconded to bring these executive committee members forward as a slate. Is there any debate? Hearing none. Those in favor of voting these, suspending the rules to vote on these 4 as a slate, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing none of those, the motion carries. We'll vote on these as a slate. These guys can come forward and give a 3-minute speech, each of them for the position that they would like to fill. So we'll start. Who was the first to be nominated? Zach does not want to give one. What?
Oh, yeah.
He yields his time, 3 minutes.
Okay, next.
Mr. Mosley.
This is a nice one with 3.
Yeah. Thanks.
Last year, I promised you that I would always, I made a promise to you that I would always be available to challenge any ideas that came from the XCOM. This year, I'm going to go a little bit further. I'm going to make some specific promises to you. We came a hair's breadth of losing our statewide ballot access through this court order, Rose v. Raffensperger. Fate was in our hands and it got shifted, so we will continue. We're able to maintain our statewide ballot access with our statewide candidates, our 2 PSC candidates. We can be in a stronger position if we can put ourselves in a position where we can reliably get enough votes from our presidential candidate. And we do that continuously year after year, or election after election. They will never be able to take this away from us. Rose v. Raffensperger would be irrelevant. We've only done that one time in our history. That was 2016 with Gary Johnson. Okay, I can give you some other numbers, but this is doable with our actions. So that's my one promise, to work on that and to build a program to make it happen. My second promise, 2026 is coming up sooner than we can imagine. There are going to be 10 slots for us for the state level offices. There's going to be 6 of the commissars. That's PSC race, education, agriculture, all those things. There'll be 6 of those, and then there'll be the 4 executives: governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, and secretary of state. I want to begin our recruitment process quickly, so we're prepared in 2026 to field the best slate of candidates we've ever had. That's it. That's my promise to you. I'm always here for all of you.
All right, we had 2 more. If you guys can raise your hands, because I don't recall. We had Victoria, Salia. If you want to come forward, and then who was our 4th?
Christine.
Christine. Okay. You'll be next.
I'll yield my time.
She will yield her time.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity as well. Just wanted to say very briefly, in addition to what I had already said earlier, this is a huge pivotal time, a pivotal year even. I mean, people are getting so upset, and especially a lot of young people, and this is who I think we really, really need to reach. they're the ones who are gonna be having the kids, they're the ones who are gonna be the future, and it's just, it's a huge opportunity and chance for us to get in there and steer the people the way we want. I mean, I'm not about ruling, I'm more about shining the light, about mentoring, about, you know, helping people find their way. And I think that that's what we really, really should do, especially as libertarians. Rules based on objective morality rather than rulers, and leading, shining the light, mentoring. And it's just, people are looking for answers, especially a lot of the younger people when, you know, they have to have 2-3 jobs and they still can't afford to go out and all that kind of stuff. So we have a chance to just steer them towards us. They want an answer, and nothing's been working so far, or things have just been getting worse and worse. So anyway, thank you so much, and I look forward to being a light for the party. Thanks.
All right, you've heard from the executive committee candidates. We will move forward to a vote on these 4 to, I guess, bring them in as a slate. So, those in favor of bringing these 4 forward as a slate, can somebody help me with the word here?
At-large members of the executive committee.
Okay, would somebody, I just had a brain fart, and I'm gonna recover from it in a second. I'm just giving like 10 seconds. Okay. Yeah. It's coming up, man. Okay, those in favor of electing these 4 at-large executive committee members, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion passes. These 4 have now been added to our executive committee, and we'll begin serving. All right, that's our. We got everyone's name and everything.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool. Well, the next thing on our agenda is lunch, right?
Yes.
We have an hour budgeted for it.
Yeah.
So it is 11:10 now. Mr. Mosley?
Because you wanted me to speak about 2 things?
Yes, you wanted to speak. I would like to recognize Mr. Mosley to speak very briefly. Is there any objection? Mr. Mosley, you have the floor.
Okay, 2 things. One, not so important, and the other is very, very important. The not so important thing is I'm going to do the impossible, or attempt the impossible. I'm going to attempt to embarrass Jack Craig and Doug Craig and Jack Aiken. There's a bit of confusion that's been floating around. I want to clarify about this 2,000 membership thing long ago. It is true, but there's some confusion. Back in the day, this would be around the year 2000. Around there, I was executive director, so I'm an insider here. There was a program that the LPGA was engaged in called the Unified Membership Program, which means if you were a member national, you're automatically a member of Georgia. Okay. And there was revenue sharing thing going on. Enough of that. So at that time, Georgia's national membership was in the area of 2,000, and we competed with other states for number 2 in the nation in terms of our national LP membership. That program got screwed up about 2002. So my point is that when you compare the 2,000 members from Georgia in 2000 with the 200 today, it is an apples to oranges thing. I'm speaking from memory here, but about that period of time, and I was there in the midst of all this. I recall the LPGA membership before 1998 being around 500 or 600. Okay, so I just want everybody I just think it's important that the body understand these nuances. And I'm going to leave it at that. Doug, I see you in the back. I don't see any red face that's going on. So Doug's a buddy of mine, so I'm having fun with it. All right, so that's important. That's the trivial thing. Just bear that in mind as we move forward. The non-trivial thing is I wanted to acknowledge Tom and Victoria for standing up being a PSC candidate. This is vital to our future, and they have an important task in front of them, and that is to get things lined up to be qualified with the Secretary of State so they will actually be on the ballot. And part of that is they need some money. So I'm asking everybody to go find Victoria, go find Tom sometime today, and give them some money, give them your best. Now, they will also need your name, your contact information, and employment stuff like your employer and your employment. So for most of us, that's self-employed self, okay? I have 3x5 cards here for you to get pass that information to them. They need that information for the disclosure forms. So this is not something we made up. So that's it. Please give Victoria your love. Send them on their way with a fistful of dollars.
How much do they need?
Oh, okay. The filing fee for those two, for each of those two offices is about $4,000. We already have in the leveling fund 75% of that, or about $3,000. So they have to raise $1,000 each. Can we do that today? That would be really cool. So, Christine.
Can I just say one thing about that, just to keep everybody legal? If you guys have run for office before, you need to know that you cannot take that money until you file your declaration of intent. So, one thing that we've done is you can put it in an envelope that you don't touch, but you can't actually accept funds yet if you haven't filed the paperwork. I just want to keep this legal, because you know they'll do anything they can to get us off the ballot.
Okay, can we deal with that?
Yeah.
Are we smart enough to deal with that so Tom and Victoria don't get in trouble? Okay. Can we do $1,000 each today so we can get done with this and get on to what matters? Thanks, that's all. Let's have a great lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Mosley. Yes, that is very important. $1,000 can be kind of a heavy lift, so anything you can do to help these guys get on that ballot is good for us. It's good for them. It's good for the party. It's good for the state of Georgia. So everything you can do, please do it for them. All right, now I will dismiss us for lunch. We'll come back at 12:15, and we will begin business again. You can scan here to get your order set up, so you're not necessarily standing in line, but it's also out there. You can go wherever you want, but there is a food truck as well. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, guys, I made two big numbers.
All right, let's start getting back to our seats. We're going to pass around these ballots, and we're going to get the voting started.
Yes.
Sorry, Jared, where are the pens? Oh, they're in there.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, sure.
Mr. Chair, where the optical scanners? Where the optical scanners in these ballots? And the high security watermarks?
No, I prefer a handle.
Thank you. Right now.
So we can like 10 votes to one person, 20 votes to another person. So we might want to clarify that.
Can I just commandeer the chair for
Right, actually, so.
He was sitting here. Oh, is it okay?
Jared, we only get to vote once per name, correct?
Once, like, that's what I'm trying to confirm. We've done it differently in the past, so.
Well, you already started the voting now, so.
I was trying to get everybody to. All right, hang on your ballots. We're gonna clarify one little thing for you, just to make sure we're good. And then as soon as Zane is finished passing them out, he and I are gonna confer for a second, and then we'll decide on what the way we're gonna handle the voting is. I'm gonna need your help in a second. So if you want to. Come on. You can write down your names. What we're trying to decide is whether or not you can give multiple votes to one person.
That's not approval voting. That's not approval voting.
Okay. All right. Cool.
One person,
The answer is no.
one person, one vote. Was allowed for that, and
We changed it.
that's why we changed it.
Okay.
Because that was hell.
So one name each, what, write his name one time.
Vote once for every name that you approve of.
Can you guys move so we can see the names you're voting? Yeah, there you go.
Vote once for every candidate that you approve of, no voting for somebody multiple times.
Up to 30 total.
So you can actually vote for more than 30 if you want to, because approval voting, it's just that only the top 30 vote getters will be elected a delegate. Yes?
Can you make a font bigger?
Yes.
41 names.
Does everybody who needs a ballot have a ballot? I will.
Seems like.
Willie, what?
Yeah.
You need one?
He knows how to phrase it.
Very nice.
There's pins out on the tables. Oh, from the key.
Hold on to your ballot for now. Once you're finished, we'll send people around to collect them.
And you don't have to have 30 names on your ballot either. That's also a thing, so. Oops.
sorry, I never made the font bigger. My apologies.
Or the cards.
So we're doing cards, correct?
All right, hopefully everyone can see that better.
Name or two missing? John Turkish is it on there?
You had 40, now you have less than 40.
It's missing some names.
Oh, did somebody get?
Yeah, you're missing a couple names.
Okay, I heard John Turpish. Who else?
What?
You're missing 4 names from the bottom of that list.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just go back. Just undo until you get back to where you started.
Oh. My entire job is Excel. Why am I not better at this?
Great question, man. Control X, man.
I'm sorry, Sam.
All right, we have 4.
Somebody else can do this.
Yeah, that'd be a little strategic here.
I think that's what this is. That's it.
There it is.
No, people are. That would have been a good idea.
This is gonna be a lot of like cognitive processing. We're gonna like.
Would have been a good idea though, but yeah. Probably the easiest way would be for you to call people's names out.
Already has to count. John Monson. I'm really like to put John Monson ballot. Every time I put John Monson ballot, it's a success rate. So unfortunately, he's not here today. I don't think he's gonna be able to get a delegate. What? Yeah, Alex and I are gonna collect. I mean, sure, since you're all right out here, but. I came with it. I keep it.
Alright, well, Stephen, you have like John Bond's photos, so you know, like, worst Photoshop jobs ever, that whole time.
Okay.
Let's just keep rinsing through the cards, tally who's should be faster than if I read through.
I feel like.
But they don't know that, like, we can see that.
Well, like if we're looking for we're trying to do that too fast. I mean, confident that
That burger cup,
like always find it.
that's a good Slack necessity for testing, I don't know how long we get into the process.
Like at the end,
What's your
go
kid?
through everything, scan everybody's cards, we check. So there's something that's happening, like we're just check.
Are you ready for these? Yeah.
Oh, you're starting to fucking already.
It's just my row, people around me.
But at the same time, I mean, when we get like 60 cards,
I mean, with making that many marks slows down at all. I'm not gonna start Okay, I'm ready to start playing. Alex and I are going to start coming around to collect ballots. If you are ready to cast your vote, give it to one of us. If not, you know, we understand it takes a while to write everybody's name down, so.
You can spell it. It's master leaders in that space in the
I just remind you. Starting out the spiral.
Yeah, at the same time, it's like, that doesn't mean see their counter. This means this person.
Oh, really?
That's when we sit ours quick. At least that's how we're okay. It's a little bit.
So but that's come up on the first try, you know that.
Okay, so it's not a matter of taking
Is there anyone who is still working on their ballot? Has everyone who, oh.
You're done? You're done with it?
Did your mouth?
Almost.
All right, has everyone who is eligible to cast their vote? Hopefully still got one more. Anyone else? All right.
All right, everybody, what we're gonna do with this is we're gonna send our two counters, Dane and Alex, back to a separate room to count in the quiet, and we're gonna move on with business, and then we're gonna come back with the results of the votes. So, from there, our next thing is resolutions.
Yeah.
Who's got
Brian's got the first one. That's fine. Brian says inside. Christine says she has hers.
Let's.
One of the issues
Like, do I need
this particular
Just somebody needs to run the slides.
they built infrastructure on this.
Okay, cool. All right, we'll move to our next order of business, which is resolutions. So we have our first one, which will be Mr. Al.
This is for the secretary, whatever.
Okay.
Where's the power button on this thing?
It's back in the top right. Give me just a second. I started all the way up. Sorry, guys.
When I start, are we actually making the motion to adopt it, or are we just reading it out?
I say you make the motion to adopt this.
There we go.
Don't touch anything.
Okay, let's see if it'll behave. I move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas under the Constitution of the United States, each state's National Guard is a Each state's National Guard is a defensive force controlled by the government, but can be called up for federal duty by the federal government, provided that said duty is pursuant to the Constitution of the United States. And whereas Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution of the United States vests in the United States Congress the exclusive power to declare war. And whereas Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 of the Constitution of the United States delegates to the Congress the power to provide for calling forth the militia in 3 situations only, to execute the laws of the Union, to suppress insurrections, and to repel invasions. And whereas the 10th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States states that the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. And whereas Article 3, Section 6, Paragraph 2, the Constitution of the State of Georgia states that the General Assembly shall have the power to provide by law for militia, and the General Assembly has exercised said power as described in Title 38, Chapter 2 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated. And whereas Article 5, Section 2, Paragraph 3 of the Constitution of the State of Georgia states that the Governor shall be the Commander-in-Chief of the military forces of this state. And whereas the father of the Constitution, James Madison, wrote, "The Constitution supposes, what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive is the branch of power most interested in war and most prone to it. It has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war to the legislature. And whereas, although the U.S. Congress has not declared war since 1942, the nation has since gone to war repeatedly at the whim of the executive branch. And whereas, when such unconstitutional actions are taken by the federal government, it is the proper role of the states themselves to take action to remedy such situations, as outlined in the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions of 1798. And whereas on May 29th, 2022, the Libertarian National Committee adopted a resolution calling upon the state legislatures to enact legislation to prohibit the state's National Guard and any member thereof to be released from the state and to active duty combat unless the U.S. Congress has declared war pursuant to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 of the U.S. Constitution, and only for the express and explicit purposes enumerated in the Constitution to execute the laws of the Union, to repel an invasion or suppress an insurrection. And whereas the resolution further calls upon the legislatures and governors of the states not to comply with any order from the federal government to release each state's National Guard into federal service unless the U.S. Congress has declared war pursuant to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 of the U.S. Constitution, and only for the express and explicit purposes enumerated in the Constitution to execute the laws of the Union, repel invasion, suppress an insurrection. And whereas the resolution further calls upon the states to bring home said National Guard troops already so deployed to foreign conflicts immediately, therefore, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party of Georgia, 1, calls upon the Georgia General Assembly to enact legislation to prohibit the Georgia National Guard and any member thereof to be released from the state to active duty combat unless the U.S. Congress has declared war pursuant to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 of the U.S. Constitution, and only for the express and explicit purposes enumerated in the Constitution to execute the laws of the Union, repel an invasion, or suppress an insurrection. And 2, calls upon the Georgia General Assembly and the governor not to comply with any order from the federal government to release the Georgia National Guard to federal service unless the U.S. Congress has declared war pursuant to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 of the U.S. Constitution, and only for the express and explicit purposes enumerated in the Constitution to execute the laws of the Union, repel an invasion, or suppress an insurrection. And 3, calls upon Georgia to bring home said National Guard troops already so deployed to foreign conflicts immediately. That was a mouthful.
That's a moment.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to adopt this resolution as presented and as read to you. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Those in favor of adopting this resolution as presented, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. All right, the motion is adopted. The ayes have it. Love it. We do have some other resolutions that I think are coming forward from the floor.
I have the thumb drive.
You got the thumb drive.
Is that the only resolution?
You're so much better than me. I have to
Yeah, we
sit
got
and
a couple
text
other
to
ones coming
whoever.
up here.
Christina, you got him? Put it in the wrong track.
Yeah.
All of a sudden the computer goes dead and all the.
There's a virus.
There's a virus.
All my banking information is gone. Bitcoin drained to zero.
Which file?
Which file?
Excel file.
Don't want to follow the wrong file.
Wait, which one are we doing? We are doing,
No, not that one.
what are the names?
Platform proposals with columns,
No.
resolution, or convention directive.
I think it's convention directive, that's the first one.
It's not a resolution.
It's not?
Is it a resolution?
It is. Yeah.
I've lost my mouse is gone.
Look for it over here. It's up here.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it's extended. Perfect. Everybody can see that, right?
I can't even see the Zoom, so.
Yeah. There it is. Right.
So yeah, should we go ahead and vote?
All in favor, say aye.
There it is. Well done.
Resolved to declare dictator.
And I think you can do this number on it.
There we
It's
go.
resolution for ants.
No resolution for uncles?
All right. I will yield the floor.
Okay. Thank you. So this is a resolution for a directive that is going to be directed to the 2025 LPA Convention Committee and the 2024 and 25 Executive Committee. And it has to do with creating the 2025 LPGA Annual Convention. So, whereas The existential reason for the LGPA annual convention is to conduct the annual business of the LPGA. It's not a party. I'm ad-libbing. Whereas the creation and design of the LPGA annual convention is for the benefit and the convenience of the membership of the LPGA to conduct the annual business. So therefore, let it be resolved that the 2024 convention body, which is you guys, does hereby direct the 2025 convention committee to schedule the 2025 LPGA annual convention during a non-holiday weekend with the business session scheduled on Saturday during regular business hours. And also let it be resolved that all other intentions for the convention weekend, fundraising, outreach, or otherwise, must be scheduled so as not to interfere with the business of the party, which again is the primary reason for convention. And also let it be resolved that only the most exigent of circumstances are acceptable reasons for variance from this directive. And I move that we accept this, resolution as presented.
I'll second that.
It is moved and seconded to adopt this resolution as presented on the screen. Is there any debate?
I just don't like the Saturday part. I feel like this should be on Sunday.
All right. Anything further with that?
What was your reasoning for changing it? Sorry.
This is the last day of the week.
The reason is because that is when most people are more available and we don't run out of time. When we have business on Sunday, we reach a hard limit, typically, because people have to get back to work. And as we pointed out, the main reason for the convention is so that we can conduct the business, and we need to make it as accessible to as many members as possible. And Saturdays, it's just always been the best day to get the most number of people here.
Oh man, okay. Who's speaking? We just had someone speak in opposition, in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay.
The reason why we need to do this is because the purpose of this party is to do the business of this party. It's great to do panels and other things, and it's exciting. It does bring people in and helps bring in revenue. But the purpose of this convention is to do the business. And that needs to come first. Business before pleasure, you guys, because the truth is we could have this run over the end of Saturday, and yeah, we'll have next Sunday morning to finish things. But if we get ourselves in a Sunday where we're trying to do business, we can't just roll over to Monday. Most of these people have to go have jobs. And so, to do the business of the party, as her states, the purpose of this convention is to do the business of this party. Everything else is superficial to doing the business, bylaws, platform, electing our officers. That's why we're all here. And so if we can all agree that we can do our business first, we can have all the fun we want on Sunday. It makes no difference, but I think we need to be doing the business of the party at a convention, which is the purpose of it.
All right. Anyone in opposition? Back to the back.
The argument that we need to have it to work around people's employment kind of assumes that everyone has the Monday to Friday job. Some people actually work on weekends and so forth. So it's not that I'm opposed to having business that way, but I think we need really flexibility with the committee. And sometimes, venues and other circumstances that we don't really consider now might affect how we.
Can I speak to that? That is exactly why we are proposing this, is because in the past, these issues that you've brought up have forced us to have conventions at what I think are ridiculous times. You guys all know this. I say this every year. Mother's Day, come on. We're here again on a Sunday. We have to start prioritizing this, which means we do the planning early enough that we don't have to deal with the venue schedules. We got to prioritize what's important. And I know that this doesn't work for everybody's schedule, but it works for more people's schedule when we do it on Saturday. And we've seen that. We've proven that when we used to do business on Saturday, more people came. That's just the way it is. And people in the general membership out in the state, they kind of expect it. That's what they're planning for. And so if we want to reach out and be convenient to the most membership, this is the way we do it.
right, we got two more. We are in opposition, no, support. You guys, Mr.
Is this for or against?
For.
Okay. All right. So for all of you that, I don't think most of you know this, but I've done three of our conventions, 2000, 2001, 2002. Typically how I designed the convention, I did them almost unaided, except for 2000. A woman named Carol Ann Graham helped me and mentored me through this. She was the first candidate ever, the first woman candidate ever on ballot. That's very short. Okay. Typically, I would schedule, I would prioritize business, and I would prioritize it like this, 2 sessions on Saturday, something like 10 to 2, maybe 4 to 6. And then I would, if I needed to, I would schedule the most minor business on Sunday. And we fitted that around all kinds of stuff. Okay, we did, once that's set in stone, we work in all kinds of all the parties and stuff, and fundraising. So, as far as I know, I'm not certain of this, the 2002 convention, we raised something like $15,000 or $16,000 on the floor at the Saturday night fundraiser. We always have a Saturday night fundraiser. Nelson, you were there, right? Nelson comes to all of them. So, my point here is from my experience, doing it that way is the most fluid way to do this. You can do almost all of your fun stuff, your self-development, your fundraising, if y'all want to do an outreach, thing, there's all kinds of time on that weekend to fit things in that you got to prioritize. And to speak to the exigent circumstances thing, just for comparison's sake, in 2021, Danny Dolan did our convention. And he ended up scheduling it on Thursday, Friday, is that right, Danny? Thursday, Friday?
We did end up having to go, at least one day was a weekday, and I want to say, I think we put business first that time, but it was on a weekday, so.
Yeah, I remember that being started on a Thursday, but the point is, that was an exigent circumstance, that's what that means, because Danny was having to work around all the COVID nonsense that's going on, and all the venues were like super weird and unavailable, and he ended up doing that. So the point here is doing this over non-holiday weekend, putting the business on Saturday, and even splitting it up if you need to fit in all the fun stuff. That's cool. Or if you could easily have business in here, have something going on with it, right now. Okay, for people who, so there's a lot of creative opportunity here. Cramming everything into a Sunday feels really unnatural to me. And to my knowledge, there's not been, the 3 that I did, we had a special night for fundraisers. And we brought in special speakers and all that, specifically for doing fundraisers. And we raised 2022, it was about $16,000. And that's not the fees to come to the convention, that's just fundraising on the floor. So I asked you and you and you and you for $300. And it worked. And then I think the other 2 conventions were something like 8,000, 2,000, and we got 10,000.
Mr. Mesley.
So, yeah. I just want you to have that history to make your decision, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. We have any further people? I see a couple hands. Opposition.
Well, I'd like a point of clarification. I have a question.
Point of information. Sure.
Okay. What are we considering a holiday weekend? Like, because I don't know. I assume Arbor Day doesn't count, right? My favorite holiday. How dare you?
holiday would be any holiday that exists on a certain day, like Mother's Day is the third weekend of the month, it's always on a Sunday, Easter's always on a Sunday, Memorial Day is always on a Monday, like Christmas weekend, I guess if it's Christmas, you wouldn't.
You could call it legal holiday or
Yeah, federal holidays.
bank holidays or.
Without objection,
Is Mother's
We
Day
will-
a bank holiday?
Yes.
Are you gonna need power?
Yes, it's in that bag. Without objection, we will add federal holiday after the word non-federal holiday weekend. Okay.
You opened up a can of worms there.
For the sake of ease, not because we actually recognize it as legitimate. Okay, could you make that edit for me on that?
Yeah.
Non-federal holiday weekend? Okay.
By the way, I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, Mr. Allen?
I just want to say, I think this is fair, because this is not amending the bylaws to fix us to Saturdays forever. Like, we've had Sundays to pass several conventions, and just like how we move our conventions around to different locations, I think it's perfectly a good idea to have the occasional Saturday convention, just so different people can have the opportunity. Perfect.
Is there any further debate? Okay, hearing none, we will move this to a vote. Those in favor of adopting the resolution as presented here, non-federal holiday weekend, that part being updated, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it, the resolution passes, and next year's business will be done on a Saturday.
Thank you. Yeah, I have something else, but it was Chase waiting to present something?
Mine's a quick resolution, it'll take 2 seconds.
Go ahead.
I gotta get some power before this thing dies on it.
Pause for power. You need help with this?
Yeah.
What was yours?
All right, you guys, so just to give you a little background about why I want to adopt this resolution, we've seen this year in the state of Georgia, several Republican lawmakers have had their homes swatted by people. If you're not familiar with swatting, it's when you call the SWAT team to someone's home without any legitimate reason. It's basically to cause terror, confusion, and possible death amongst the people in that room. So I want to pass this resolution. Whereas the Libertarian Party of Georgia opposes the use of force to initiate political change. Whereas the Libertarian Party of Georgia believes that the illegitimate use of police and agents of the state must be opposed. Whereas the Libertarian Party of Georgia's members agree to the non-aggression principle. Let it be resolved that we, the Libertarian Party of Georgia, categorically condemn the use of swatting against those who serve or are running to serve an elected office.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to adopt the resolution as shown on the screen and as presented to you. Is there any debate?
Are there people against whom we do not condemn swatting?
I'll accept a friendly amendment to say we categorically condemn the use of swatting against anyone if we want to change it.
Thank you.
Or just swatting, period.
Yeah, just internet swatting.
Yep.
There we go. There you go. Great.
Thank you for the friendly amendment.
Perfect.
I'm gonna let that stand. All right, is there any further debate?
Stick that period inside the quotes. Oh, you're no.
We got an English major.
If we don't do that, she's voting no.
Yes. Punctuation is always in order. I will always allow it, and I will always allow it without any vote. All right, the resolution as presented on the screen, removing the part about the elected officials or those running for office, and keeping swatting in general. Is there any further debate? All right. The question is on this resolution as presented. Those in favor of adopting this resolution as presented, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion carries and the resolution is adopted.
Thank you, guys.
One more resolution.
I do.
One more.
Do you know what file it is?
I've got to find the mouse.
Yeah.
Props to all the people who manage.
Yeah. No, it's not for now. 2000. Okay. Okay, so this is just about returning us to our roots and kind of reminding everybody of the stated purpose. I feel like over the last few years, I've seen us kind of get away from that core of what we were intended to do. So I want to read this to remind you. This is a resolution to direct the executive committee and acknowledge and act in accordance with the stated purpose. So whereas the stated purpose of the Libertarian Party of Georgia, according to the Articles of Incorporation, which are dated August 24, 1972 and restated on January 10, 1994, is to extend individual human freedom by nominating and endorsing political candidates for both national and state offices, promoting, chartering, and coordinating affiliate clubs throughout the state of Georgia, and entering into political information activities. Nobody disagrees with that. So whereas the Executive Committee, as the governing board of the Libertarian Party of Georgia, has an obligation to fulfill the stated purpose to the best of its ability and a fiduciary responsibility on behalf of the membership of the Libertarian Party of Georgia according to the statutory requirements for board members of a nonprofit organization. Now, I'm saying this to you as an elected member now of the Executive Committee. I want us all to accept that we do have these obligations. Whereas in order to fulfill its obligations according to the stated purpose of the party, it is incumbent upon the Executive Committee to act as custodial trustees of the assets and resources of the party, to actively recruit and support candidates, and to promote and support affiliates. And whereas objectives are rarely accomplished without appropriate plans and goals, therefore, be it resolved that the 2024 convention body does hereby direct the Executive Committee of the Libertarian Party of Georgia to acknowledge their obligations according to the stated purpose of the Libertarian Party, and to execute those responsibilities to the best of their ability, explicitly recognizing their fiduciary responsibility on behalf of the membership of the Libertarian Party of Georgia, according to the statutory requirements for board members of nonprofit organizations. And resolve that the 2024 convention body does hereby direct the Executive Committee of the Libertarian Party of Georgia to safeguard physical and intangible assets, including such intangible assets as ballot access, membership databases, and membership goodwill. Increase the number of affiliates and support the growth of existing affiliates, continually work to expand the membership and reach of the party, communicate regularly with membership, hold annual conventions at a time and place that maximizes membership participation, act in accordance with membership wishes, and maintain the goodwill. Keep accurate records, keep legal filings up to date, and recruit and support candidates to ensure the party meets the minimum requirements to maintain statewide ballot access. And resolve that the 2024 convention body does hereby direct the Executive Committee of the Libertarian Party of Georgia to establish clear goals and plans for fulfilling each of the above stated objectives and report on the success of each goal at the 2025 state convention. Now, I'm not saying that we're not doing any of this, but I feel like we have kind of somehow forgotten our core, and I bet not many of you know what is in the stated purpose of the Articles of Incorporation. So this is just a reminder, just to kind of get us back on track that all of these things are the main things that we're supposed to be doing. So setting goals and reporting back on how we accomplish those goals should kind of be like a bare minimum requirement. And I just think it's something that every once in a while needs to be said and acknowledged and talked about. And that's why I'm standing up here right now. So I move. Gotta move. I move that we accept this resolution as proposed.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to adopt this resolution as proposed and as shown on the screen. Is there any discussion? Mr. Lindborg.
I'm often behind the rabbit, but can you give ID examples of where we're drifting? Because I agree.
Our membership is 250. That's an example.
I'm sorry?
Our membership is down to 250. That's one example. And if we don't have a goal to specifically increase that, it doesn't happen. So it's just, let's get some structure around it and make sure we're doing all the things we need to be doing.
Question?
Uh-huh.
You said it was already in the Articles of Incorporation, so is it just duplicative, or, why do you want to reinforce it this way?
Because I want to acknowledge it and talk about it. Because I think it's important that we remind ourselves, this is why we're here.
Was that, do we only have 3 statewide candidates for the whole state of Georgia for this year?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh,
Plus president.
But they're not, there aren't any other ones that are running currently.
There are no other statewide races.
Yeah, so they're not actually running anything. In 2026, we'll have more people. We'll have a Senate, governor, basically the whole 9 yards. So PSC race is what's up for election this year, just in general, yes.
so it's the fact that those are the only ones that are up for election, not that we don't have people
Correct,
to fill?
correct.
Okay.
Ma'am, I just wanted to clarify that our big statewide election year is the 2 years between the presidential elections. Okay? And it just so happens by circumstance that on presidential election years, we have PSC candidates available, which is, we're very thankful for to save our state without access, but that's all another mention. But it's not very busy this year, and 22, 26 is going to be really wild ass.
Okay, all right, good, thanks.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
I do have one question. First business meeting that I've attended so far, right, as a relatively new member. Would it make sense to rewrite this in a way that's recurring or repeating, so that you say, every year, I'm going to come up with these goals to meet, or these strategies to meet these goals, and the following year, we'll report on the progress of those?
No, yeah. This is easier to pass a resolution than it is to pass a bylaws change.
Okay.
And this is a start to a conversation. It's more to set the groundwork for, let's make sure that we're sending the XCOM off with a directive that says, hey, we expect these things.
Right.
Just to add to that, what you suggested would be a great thing for like the executive committee to discuss and add to the policy manual and say like, we must, set these goals or whatever and evaluate them in this way or at this time or something like that.
Right.
That would be a policy manual for the executive board.
Mr. Allen?
I just wanted to make a point of information. Is it not true that the executive committee is concerned about the declining membership and has been discussing ways to improve membership?
Yes, and I have just, it has to be approved by the executive committee according to our bylaws now, but I have appointed a new membership coordinator. So we will be working on those things, and we will be building up ways to recapture our lapsed members, to get the new people who are signing up, who are getting excited about, oh man, I saw some website, something that's happening, and I signed up, they're getting emails. We're gonna follow up with those people. We're gonna find out what got them interested, and then we're gonna convert them into members, at least hopefully. But yes.
If I can address that. This is not to say that we're not doing this, but this is our one chance as a body to state what our goals are. This is the only time we come together all year. So it's an opportunity to say, yes, this is what we're backing. We're not going for clicks. We're going for membership, affiliates, candidates. It's just an opportunity to communicate our wishes as a body. It's not saying we're not doing it.
I just wanted to clarify that we noticed the decline in membership and are trying to work on it.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Is there any further? There is.
In the same way that some of the bylaws and platforms proposals, we really just have a lot of time to opportunity to just look at it and read it in detail. That's a lot to absorb. There's a very specific things in there, a number of very specific things that are being asked going on.
I'll tell you, Elizabeth, I don't expect this to pass. I never did expect it to pass. There's a lot in there. But I wanted to start the conversation. So I fully get this is a lot. And there's probably no way we're all going to agree on all of this, I'll just be honest. But I think that these are things that we need to talk about. So yeah, I agree with you.
Is that a motion? Or would you like to word that as a motion?
Yeah,
I can-
either we can take time, I don't know how we need to word that, but either take time to look at it, read it, something, just give us the opportunity to look in detail and kind of absorb what's there.
So would you like to table it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, so,
Second.
man, this is when you get in trouble for, what is the circumstance that is setting it up where we could lay it on the table? It has to be a pressing circumstance. You can move to postpone. You can postpone indefinitely, you can postpone to a certain time.
Yeah, I vote to postpone.
You
I
move-
make suggestions as to postpone when, somebody help me here. Word a motion that basically accomplishes what my concerns are.
I will hear,
Okay, yes, actually, I'll just ask, if you wouldn't mind rereading it, if that's okay with everybody. And secondly, perhaps it's good to bring it in front of everyone, I agree, that's great. I just think I didn't catch it, I just didn't carefully listen enough, honestly. And then also because it might be something that, yes, it's good to bring it to everybody, yet it might indeed be something that the executive committee should discuss further and vote on within the executive committee. So maybe we could vote on whether we should switch to the executive committee, if that is even possible.
I will hear that as a motion. If you want to withdraw, no one seconded yours. If you want to do that, or you guys decide.
I think she just asked to be read.
Have it read
and.
and referred to the executive committee.
And have a vote if the executive committee should pass it or not, but I don't know if that's even in the protocol.
Yeah, I think we can definitely read it again.
It's a motion.
Yes. Okay, it's a motion. She has made a motion.
Does the body want to listen?
Second.
Yes. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to refer this resolution, after we read it,
Yes.
to the executive committee.
We don't need to read it, she can refer.
Well,
Because we're not called upon to do anything, just,
But,
don't waste time.
we could vote on not reading it.
Does somebody want to amend that motion? If that will help to not read it? Let's do a motion to divide.
Okay, I'll amend my motion. I'll amend my motion to see if people would like to vote on not rereading it, yet just to go ahead and refer it to the executive committee without rereading it. I'm amending my motion.
Okay, the motion is now that we will refer this to the executive committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to refer this proposal to the executive committee. Is there any debate?
So we're going to have the executive committee debating on what the Libertarian Party of Georgia is asking them to do?
Yes.
Maybe. They can investigate themselves.
I think you're setting up a doo-doo.
Investigating ourselves. I'll go with the question.
It's a question.
She is a sharp one.
Call the question.
You were raising your hand? Yes.
Oh, yeah, no, I was gonna basically say something very similar, where it doesn't really make sense to come out of the executive committee because it is a direction from this body to the executive committee. And if it's the executive committee saying it to the executive committee, just do the work. just do the thing that's being asked for at that point, you know?
Right. All right, any further?
Yeah. What's to prevent the executive committee from just sitting on it forever?
Nothing.
I don't think there's anything on that. It's a resolution which can be brought before the body. I think we can, saying that it's referred would bring it before us. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, we will move to the postponement question. The referral question. No further debate. Those in favor of referring this to the executive committee, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
All right, those in favor, please raise your hands. We're going to do a count.
1,
2, 3,
4, 5,
6,
7, 8.
Yeah, it's you.
12,
13, 14.
15.
15. And those opposed? We'll just start here and go.
1,
2,
3, 4,
5,
6,
7,
8,
9,
10, 11,
12,
13,
14,
15,
16, 17,
18.
19.
19.
Did she read the thing?
The nays have it. The motion does not pass. The resolution is back on the floor. Is there any further debate on the resolution as presented?
Let's reread it
Yes.
and vote.
Yes, I will take that and we will do it. Would you mind rereading it? I'm going to let you do that.
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay, resolution to direct the executive committee to acknowledge and act in accordance with the stated purpose of the Libertarian Party of Georgia. Whereas the stated purpose of the Libertarian Party of Georgia, according to the Articles of Incorporation dated August 24, 1972 and restated on January 10, 1994, is to extend individual human freedom by nominating and endorsing political candidates for both national and state offices, promoting, chartering, and coordinating affiliate clubs throughout the state of Georgia, and entering into political information activities. And whereas the Executive Committee of the Governing Board of the Libertarian Party of Georgia has an obligation to fulfill the stated purpose to the best of its ability, and a fiduciary responsibility on behalf of the membership of the Libertarian Party of Georgia according to the statutory requirements for board members of a nonprofit organization. And whereas in order to fulfill its obligations according to the stated purpose of the party, it is incumbent upon the Executive Committee to act as custodial trustees of the assets and resources of the party, to actively recruit and support candidates, and to promote and support affiliates. And whereas objectives are rarely accomplished without appropriate plans and goals, therefore, be it resolved that the 2024 convention body does hereby direct the Executive Committee of the Libertarian Party of Georgia to acknowledge their obligations according to the stated purpose of the party, and to execute those responsibilities to the best of their ability, explicitly recognizing their fiduciary responsibility on behalf of the membership of the Libertarian Party of Georgia, according to the statutory requirements for board members of a nonprofit organization. And resolved that the 2024 convention body does hereby direct the Executive Committee of the Libertarian Party of Georgia to safeguard physical and intangible assets, including such intangible assets as ballot access, membership databases, and membership goodwill, increase the number of affiliates and support the growth of existing affiliates, continually work to expand membership and reach of the party, communicate regularly with the membership, hold annual conventions at a time and place that maximizes membership participation, act in accordance with the membership wishes to maintain their goodwill, keep accurate records, keep legal filings up to date, and recruit and support candidates to ensure the party meets the minimum requirements to maintain statewide ballot access. And resolve that the 2024 convention body does hereby direct the Executive Committee of the Libertarian Party of Georgia to establish clear goals and plans for fulfilling each of the above stated objectives and report on the success of each goal at the 2025 state convention.
All right, we are back to the original motion. It has been moved and seconded to adopt the resolution as read and as presented on the screen. Is there any further debate? Victoria.
Given this,
Excuse me, I will call for order on the floor.
okay, given what you just read, how much responsibility is left to the rest of the body? I mean, is the executive committee supposed to do everything in a way? Or how much responsibility are the other members of the party going to take?
That is not specifically addressed in this resolution at all. This is directed specifically to the executive committee.
Okay.
Good question. Is there any further debate, points of inquiry? All right, hearing none. The question is on the adoption of the resolution as presented. All in favor of adopting this resolution as presented, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries. The resolution is passed.
We have our work cut out for us.
Speaking of that, executive committee, you are responsible for a meeting after this, and I'm going to bust all of your balls for that. So it's all on us now. We're doing it. But you know what? It should have been on us, and these are good things to recognize. So yeah, please, if you're on the executive committee, don't leave before getting in the meeting with us. It happens every year that we forget. Something happens, everybody starts leaving. So executive committee, please, please, please show up afterward. Looks like our people are still counting.
Yeah, they're diligently counting in the hallway, I saw them.
Yeah,
While I have the time. Point of information, is it not true that if you wish to join the Public Policy Committee, you can contact the policy director and he or possibly she will happily put you to work?
Mr. Allen, that is a very good point. Yes, that is actually true. As it turns out, if you are interested in becoming a part of the Public Policy Committee, you can contact the Public Policy Committee Chair, who is currently Brian Allen. He's also our Vice Chair, and he will put you to work and drive you very hard to do hard work. So, yes.
One personal information. I know we're all members here, but if we have friends and family we would like to get them to join the Libertarian Party, how would they do that?
That's a fantastic question. The way you get your friends and family to become a part of the Libertarian Party of Georgia is you tell them, one, we are the party that stands for liberty. We are the party that stands for freedom. We're the only ones who are here to protect your rights because you don't belong to a government. You don't belong to the state. You belong to yourself. And then you tell them you can go to https://lpgeorgia.com/membership. lpgeorgia.com/membership. They can get a membership. It is currently $30. We're talking about, as the executive committee, moving that up to $45. We're going to grandfather people in is the plan. But we do want to raise those funds so that we can, one, pay Elizabeth well for the hard work that she's doing, and so that we can get more people involved in the party, get more things done, because you can't change the world if you can't keep the lights on.
Thanks, sir.
So, that is the answer to the question about membership.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that the IT director is willing to help you get a personalized link so that donations you gather may be attributed to you? Gathering.
Mr. Dolan, I would like to refer that to our IT director, and if he would answer that question for everybody.
Yes, in fact, if you request a personal link for memberships or generic donations to the party to be indicated as being gathered by yourself, then your IT director will gladly assist you with that.
That is fantastic. I actually didn't know that that was back, so that's a really exciting thing. If you want to start that friendly competition, you want to start challenging other people to it, definitely get your own affiliate link to lpgeorgia.com, and Danny will help you out.
Point of information, Mr. Chair, is it not true that taxation is theft?
It is true that taxation is theft. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Back in the back, I see a hand.
Is it true that conscription is slavery?
It is true that conscription is slavery.
What about taxation?
Taxation. What about taxation? Taxation. Taxation is slavery. Bring our name. Well, we're just kind of hanging out. Who's got a fun dad joke?
They're fun dad jokes.
Let me see if there's anything I've got for us.
Point of personal information.
You
We
said-
got some Mississippians here in the crowd today. I was wondering if you or any of them knew when the Mississippi convention is, so if anybody wanted to come out to Mississippi and hang out with some libertarians. You know when that is?
That's a good question, but I do have a.
Mario's from Mississippi. You can answer that question right now, actually.
Wow, we deferred to the member who has, actually not a member, but that's okay.
Yes. And so I was invited to come to this convention, and so I want to extend the invitation to you guys. You guys come to Mississippi. The dates for that is the 23rd and 24th of February. All invited to come. So again, thank you for inviting me, and it was fun.
Where's it at, Mario?
It's in Flowood, Mississippi.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Company branch out there.
Thank you.
Awesome. There's a Mississippi convention. We are in Region 2 of the National Party, which includes Georgia, Florida, Mississippi, Alabama,
Tennessee.
and Tennessee.
The SEC.
The SEC.
SEC region. Yes.
Best football, the best libertarians.
Do check out the other conventions. It's always a good time. It's a good time being with you guys, and they enjoy having us around, and it's always cool to see what they're doing. It gets good ideas flowing through everybody's minds. Yes, the bar is open. Don't get sloshed, but the bar is open, so you are open to go grab a drink if you are so inclined. There are also, in the back, you will see these Buddy Poppies, our gracious hosts, the VFW. They're raising money for veterans who are not able to pay the bills, who just need some help to get on their feet again. So this is a great opportunity to give to something that you know it's going to be used well.
Money in the bucket, y'all.
Money in the bucket, and you get a little flour.
Thank you very much.
Does the LP Georgia have a position on Bitcoin?
We are all for Bitcoin. So I think we've even put out a resolution this past year on Bitcoin. Did we?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So we do have a position on it, and it is that we love Bitcoin.
Okay.
Bitcoin equals based.
I just
Bitcoin.
didn't hear anything about it this weekend.
Yeah,
Shane's not here.
So apologies to everybody who was here to see Shane. Shane texted us on the night before and said he had a fever. The family was not doing so hot, so he wasn't able to make it. He sends his regards and his regrets, but he would have talked about Bitcoin. He is all about it, and yes, he's also, pitch for him, he is a salesman for Bitcoin at Swan Bitcoin. So if you're trying to do that, if you're trying to get some Bitcoin, he can help you out with that. He works with higher net worth people, but you know what? I'm sure he's very friendly and loves to sell Bitcoin regardless.
Don't mess with Bitcoin, it's for thing. Yeah.
Call up. Good, all right.
Something I'm
Oh, you don't want to song and dance routines?
You want to go with this bottom one down here?
Yeah, I found the rest of
It would help if I go to the right one. Hold on.
Will you entertain an announcement?
I will. I'm going to do our sponsor shout out because that was a great idea. Okay, I did want to take a moment. I had a great idea presented to me to thank our sponsors once again for coming out setting up tables, being around all of us, hanging with us, and telling us about what they're doing. So here are the ones that we have currently. Jacob Hornberger for president, Osprey Shooting Solutions, Chase Oliver for president, Lars for president, Peaceful Sea Productions, and Proud Libertarian as well. And I do want to give a shout out to Mr. Doug Craig as well for sponsoring this wonderful breakfast we had. If I left you out, please.
Speaking of the wonderful breakfast, or beautiful catering assistants and volunteers who are going to spend all day trying to clean up, so if you want something else, please go ahead and get it and help yourself, and then we'll go ahead and start wrapping.
Cool. And our final one, I knew I was going to forget somebody. Rabbit Eye Wine. If you guys have seen the wine sitting out, Rabbit Eye Wine. It's fantastic. Tiff Blue Sweet is what you guys have been drinking this weekend, if you've had any of it. If you haven't, there's still some bottles out there where you can pour yourself a glass. It is really good. I've enjoyed it, but he does have some drier varieties as well, which is what I'm more tending toward. But every year we get some of that, and I do want to thank Will Bell for that. All right, we had an announcement.
Yes, volunteer opportunity.
Bring it.
Yeah, so I was asked to help Tom Blooming with his campaign, but this probably could carry over to the other PSC campaigns as well. If anybody wants to help, we're going to need somebody who can build a website. We're going to need graphic designers. We're going to need boots on the ground. So if you have any of these skills, or you just want to help with a campaign, please don't forget to see one of our PSC candidates or talk to me about how you can help, so we can get these guys the help they need, because they cannot do this by themselves, and they shouldn't have to. So anybody with skills that we can put to use, please think about how much time you're willing to give us, and we'll take it.
On a related note, it's not sure that John Turkish is currently running in a special election. You could also use help.
That is an excellent point. That is true. Forgive me, John. We have 4 candidates who could use your help. Please consider how you can volunteer your time and your skills.
Perfect. And John, are you in here? No? Okay.
Volunteering for something.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, give them something to do. While we're here, we do have other committees that are working on good things. Like I said, if you're interested in gold and silver as legal tender, you can talk to me, and I can try and get us moving in the right direction on that. What we're probably going to want to do is start calling legislators. As soon as we get it on the floor, we're going to want to call the committee and make sure that they are going to at least bring it forward. The goal is to get a vote on it in front of the floor. A lot of times you'll hear that committees are where bills go to die. So what they do is they'll read it and refer it to a committee, and then the committee has full discretion. So what you want to do is you want to harass those House members as nicely as you can. Very politely call them 15 times and ask them what their stance is, and usually they start catching on.
Is there any bill that is currently written that you can present to them?
Yes, we have draft legislation that we've put before a House member who's committed to drop the bill, and we've spoken with another 2 legislators for it as well. What other committees do we have? We have committee chairs. Elizabeth has told us about several. Name them.
Affiliate support.
Affiliate support. We need people to help the affiliates get moving. It's hard to be an affiliate. It's hard to do the work, having your meetings every month. You've got to set everything up. You've got to be prepared. You've got to have an agenda. And you've also got to be reaching out and calling people and making appeals for your local people to get them in the room. And then you've got to be building issues that you're running on so that people know you. And so what we want to do is, behind the scenes, we want to be supporting those people. We want to help them get to that point where, here's what's worked in other places. And that could involve talking to other state affiliates about their local level. It could involve helping make calls for an affiliate as they're having their convention or a meeting where they're going to have a legislator there. Those are really important things that we really want to help support those people on. And so behind the scenes, we do have people helping at the affiliate level. And if you haven't gotten involved with your affiliate, if you don't know what your affiliate is, get in touch with me, get in touch with Elizabeth, get in touch with Brian, Zach. One of us will get you connected to an affiliate. There are more.
Engagement.
Youth engagement. We need a chair for youth engagement. So somebody to take on reaching out to younger people who can be swayed toward liberty. So we want to be working on college campuses. We want to be working at high schools. We want really the message to get to the younger voters. We're all set in our ways. We've all decided where we land. But we have an opportunity to get the next generation coming up through high school and college to influence them to fight for liberty with us.
Fundraising.
Fundraising. We do have a fundraising committee as well. You've heard a lot about that this weekend. We need, like we say, you can't change the world if you can't keep the lights on. We need people who are willing to learn, for one, learn the ropes, jump on different opportunities, build events for us so that we can raise funds and so that we can do the things that we want to do and not make cuts. We want to grow instead of doing that. I'll just keep naming them.
Ballot access.
Ballot access. You've heard that plenty of times this weekend. It's important that we get on the ballot. And we came very close this past year. The only thing that kept us on the ballot was a judge ruling against somebody in a court case, which was a very precarious position for us to be in. There are some opportunities for that, but we need people looking at what can we do to stay on the ballot, to get on the ballot, for one, and to stay there. How can we reduce the requirements to get there? Or how can we help our people to meet those requirements, exceed them? And then once we get on the ballot, we can pass them off to our candidate support team. We also need a chair for candidate support, somebody who will stand in the gap for these people, help them figure out what they're doing. It's hard to be a candidate. It's hard to be someone who's going out in front of people, setting up your own meetings, raising your own funds, doing all of the things that it takes to be a candidate. The Republicans, the Democrats, both of them have teams full of people who are calling, knocking on doors, raising funds. They don't have to get petitions, which is what usually drains everybody and makes everybody sad. But the Republicans and Democrats have all those things. We need them too. We need people to be in the background, and we need a candidate support person who can be organizing and putting those people in the right spots so that we can have a much easier and much faster time to mobilize and move forward with a candidate.
For communications, we can use writers or anybody who can create content. Even if it's something as easy as like cropping a video or something, sometimes I'm just snipping things out and sharing it. So anything like that, see me, we can work together. And then also if anybody has stuff to report from other parts of the party, other committees, you can let me know. Even if you don't have something written, I can go strike for you and get that out to our email list.
Did the video last time, did anybody have access to that video? Or we get a copy?
I think it will be in editing soon. It's all recorded, but now Jake has the working magic.
Yes. And a lot of what happens in the Libertarian Party is we have positions, and we're all building the things that we want for the party. So what we're looking for these chair positions, or committee chairs, if you will, is people who are willing to jump in, have ambiguity, build a program though, and create something that people can follow you behind. So these are people that have the ability to think on their feet, make things happen, plan, and then execute that plan. And what happens is when you have a plan and you have things that you're working on executing, people can come behind you. You can delegate the things that you need done. So if you are interested in that, we're looking for creative people to take on those positions, build something out, and something we can reproduce and sustain. And that will really help us move forward. We're pretty open-handed with our committee chairs, and we do want them to be doing their own thing. And the biggest example I have of that is Mr. Allen with the Public Policy Committee. Very little direction, but it came forward. We have a plan. We have exactly what we're doing. We're doing a legislative scorecard still, and there's still every day we're getting an update, a briefing on notable legislation that's come up. So that's the kind of stuff that we're looking for. Some of these jobs are hard, some of them are taxing, but they're rewarding as well. So please consider stepping up for those things. They are fun, for sure. The body is at ease. All right. Yeah, that's a good idea. Take the pictures. Here are our names. I will call them out. Brian Allen. These are not in alphabetical order. Brian Allen, Christine Austin, Mark Mosley, Zach Varnell, Warren Cunningham, Victoria Salvia, Martin Cowan, William Richards, Zane Placey, Chase Oliver, Jake Green, Tom Blooming, Doug Craig, Ryan Graham, Mitchell Johnson, Colin McKinney, Jack Aiken, Gretchen Brocard, Alex Mollenhauer, Erica White, Danny Dolan, Brad Lindborg, John Turpish, Laura Williams, Amber Howell, Brian Slowinski, Buddy Cantrell, Andrea Holt, Laura Owens, Nikki Tomlinson. Was there anyone else on there?
No, and then these are the ranked alternates.
And these are our ranked alternates in order. Joseph Langham, Andrew Brazel, Blake Rogers, Walker Chandler, David Barker, Richard James, Ramon Miller, Nelson Barnhouse, Stephen Burr, Brad Goodchild, Ryan Ralston, Elizabeth Gallimore, Jonathan Weaver, Daniel McGee, and Cindy Baggett. All right. Those are our current ones that we have. And again, if you're not going to make it to DC, let me know as soon as you can. We do want to just be watching the lists.
For information, some of those alternates were not on the ballot.
Yeah. Some people wrote their names.
You do not have to be on that list in order to receive votes.
And you said that, I would have voted for John Mons.
Sorry, guys. Okay, that's our list.
You're number 31.
And I'm number 31 of the original 31. All right, so, what's that?
I just said you're number 1.
I'm number 1. Everyone else comes after, all right? Okay. Our next order of business, do we?
I move to reconsider the postponement of the platform committee report.
We have excuse me, everybody, we have a motion from the floor. What was that one more time?
I move to reconsider the postponement of the platform committee report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
We could not hear that. Couldn't hear the motion.
Yeah, I'll repeat it for you.
Thank you.
The motion is to reconsider the postponement of the platform committee report. And it has been moved and seconded. Is there any debate?
he gets to speak on the motion.
And he can speak on that if you would like to.
Or you can-
Yes, Zane convinced me, so I will defer to Zane to explain it better than I can.
Right.
So hello everyone. Thanks to how quickly we moved through a lot of the elections, because that was really a top priority for the day, was electing all of our officers and delegates. But now that we've got through all of our other business and there still is a bit of time left, we really thought that it would be, it is important to go through at least the most urgent proposals from the platform committee. Their full report is 20 proposals, but they do have some of them that are the most important, that they feel most strongly that we need to consider, especially the first one, which was postponed from the previous convention. So while the platform committee does understand that most of these proposals were not sent out until very recently, but in particular the first one has been before the convention for over 7 months. So we feel like it would be very appropriate to at least go through the top ones since we have some time remaining.
Is there any further debate?
No, it's only.
Yeah.
So, should I explain what exactly we would be voting on?
Yeah, please.
Is the motion to reconsider postponing all of it, or just the first one?
So what a motion to reconsider does is it brings up the motion back before the body as if it had not been voted on. So at that point, it could be amended to say, postpone the platform report except for the first 3 proposals, or except for the first 5 proposals. We could sort that out once we adopted the motion to reconsider.
And so the question is on the postponement of the platform committee report, which would bring the platform committee report back to the body, and that's what this question is on. Is there any further debate? Hearing none. Again, the question is on the postponement of the platform committee report. So those in favor of reconsidering the postponement of the platform committee report indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, the motion carries. The platform committee report is back on the agenda, and
we're now reconsidering
sorry.
the motion to postpone.
Oh gosh.
So,
Okay.
but now that motion can now be amended by substitution to substitute a new motion to reconsider part of the report.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion to amend the platform committee's report.
To amend the postponement.
To amend the postponement to everything but a certain set.
Yeah, so point of information, which platform proposals either were postponed from last year, or does the committee feel to be the most important?
Ms. Austin, do you want to?
We thought the first 5 were the most important. Those were the ones we were really hoping to get through. I should have been more prepared for that question, and I'm not. I know that the first one was postponed from last year, and the free trade and migration was also. I don't remember what the other ones were, because we just didn't put them in that order, so apologies about that.
Do we want to say maybe the first 5?
We did stack rank them.
Okay.
I mean, my suggestion would be, maybe we just set a time limit and say, how much time do you want to give us? And then when we're done, if everybody wants to go home at a certain time, maybe we just see how much we can get through.
Okay. If you
guys want to do.
Yeah, if you'd like to make that, I think you can still make that motion if you'd like to do that.
We don't have a motion?
We don't. I said I would entertain a motion. So,
Okay, so.
and it is 2:45 for everyone's information.
Okay, so
take this how you want, and you can give me feedback, but I will move to amend the agenda to re-entertain the platform report. You said it's 2:45? Until 4 o'clock?
3:30?
Go
I
ahead.
have to be out here.
Because XCOM will still need to meet and then.
Okay, until 3:30?
Until 3:30? All right. It has been moved
Second.
and seconded to give the platform committee until 3:30 to give the platform committee report. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we're going to take this bad boy to a vote. Those in favor of giving the platform committee until 3:30, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? All right, the motion carries. The platform committee now has the floor.
Okay. I'm back. Okay, so we're back to the first motion, our first proposal is the one I was talking about before we postponed the platform report. So it was 3.5, rights and discrimination. Again, this was one that we didn't get to last year. The purpose of this, from the perspective of the committee, was to actually make it a stronger to make it a stronger statement about our beliefs in the freedom of the individual. And we felt that by changing some of the words, we actually made that a stronger platform. And I'll go through some of the changes. Now, before you guys wanted me to read everything, do you want me to read through all of this as it is and as it will be? Just looking for feedback? Okay. So I'll just go through the changes. The first change is we removed the phrase, "We condemn bigotry as irrational and repugnant." And as I said before, part of that is because that's very strong language. This is not the most irrational and repugnant thing in our platform, and we felt like it didn't deserve the strongest language. There are certainly other things in our platform. Not that this is not something that we don't oppose, but there are certainly other things we oppose even more. We replaced that phrase with, "We uphold and defend the rights of every person, regardless of their race, ethnicity, or any other aspect of their identity. Government should neither deny nor promote any individual human rights based upon sex, wealth, ethnicity, creed, age, national origin, personal habits, political preference, gender expression, or sexual orientation." The two additional changes, we changed abridge to promote, and I know somebody had a question about that. What we were trying to say here is not that you shouldn't promote rights, but you shouldn't promote any one group's rights over and above another group. That everybody's rights should be equal. And we added gender expression to the list. And I think that covers the changes. Again, part of the reason was we felt like that word bigotry has just kind of evolved to mean so much more than it used to mean, and it's sort of a thought police kind of concept. We believe that you should police, as libertarians, we want to restrict your actions. But we don't feel like it's our place to tell you that you can't think a certain way. And the definition of bigotry is that you have thoughts. You don't like a certain group. And as much as we may find that repugnant, as libertarians, we can't tell you how to think or who you have to like. And so that's why we felt these changes were important. Did I cover everything from my committee? Okay.
You want to move proposal one?
So I move that we accept this proposal as presented.
All right, it doesn't need a second because it is a platform committee, but the motion to adopt this is on the floor. Is there any debate?
Yeah, point of clarification. I would like to find out the consensus of the room as to actually make an amendment to clarify the part where it says promote an individual's human rights. And make that, it's either promote any, I don't know what the correct word would be, but it's either groups, right, or minorities' rights or something, but there's something that's wrong with that promote individual human rights here, and then you have inalienable rights in the preamble. There's, I don't know, there's some kind of conflict that's going on.
Above another one.
Well, it sounds like what he's saying is changing individual to maybe something like group. Is that where you're going?
Group rights, or what's another synonym for group rights? Like deny or abridge any minority, or no, that's not right. I don't know exactly what it would be, but there's something that's.
So you don't want to deny nor promote any individual rights based on anything. You've restricted yourself a little bit by saying sex, wealth, ethnicity, et cetera, but you don't want to limit yourself. Is that what you're trying to get at, Mr. Gold?
I think it's that between individuals modifying human modifying rights. There's something that's in conflict with that. I can't articulate it. I just know it just doesn't quite work. And I don't know what the edit would be without actually having to think about it. That's the challenge that I'm having with that particular part of it.
What was your thought about the modifier I added as sort of an explanation when I was saying our concept was that we don't want to promote any one group's rights over and above another group?
I think that's actually a lot clearer than what that is.
I'm sorry, that's individual apostrophe S is individual's rights. That individual's rights, not individuals plural. So that's the way I read it, and I thought that was clear. Okay. As opposed to a group. As an individual, I got a problem with you, but as a group, I don't have a problem. So it's the individual's right, it's an ownership. That's the way I read it.
Okay.
Not in English.
We'll hear. And we are doing in favor and opposed. This is debate. It's technically not a workshop. I know that everybody wants to bring.
Just a quick note of how this will work. We have, assuming we're still under the normal standing rules for the platform committee, we would have a maximum of 15 minutes of debate on this, and then we'd go to a vote, and then we'd have 10 additional minutes to consider amendments if the original failed. Just so everybody knows, when we were doing this last year, if it became evident that people would like to pass it but with amendments, we immediately voted the original down so that we could move immediately into amendments. So just want to let everyone know that that's a possibility.
Yes. So we'll go do our back and forth.
I think I'm technically speaking in favor, because I think the wording as it is actually okay. You don't want to promote rights based on these things. But I wonder if maybe people would feel more comfortable if instead of the word promote, we use something like preference. We don't want to prefer rights based on these things.
Perfect.
Just a thought.
And you can offer to say preference.
Can I accept a friendly amendment? No?
I want to be by the book, so if we can vote on this. So what I will propose to the body is that we move this to a vote, and if everybody likes that word, then we can move to amend this as it is now, and then we can vote on the actual proposal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this to a vote. Those in favor of the motion as it's presented, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Now we are open for amendments. Would you like to, since you were the first?
I don't actually have a strong feeling about this one. Sure, I move to amend to replace the word promote with the word prefer or preference, whichever you think is better.
Prefer would be
Assigned preference.
Preference is a verb.
My humble opinion is that the phrase assigned preference would be the most grammatically correct. Because preference,
I'm looking
is
for more
preference a
grammatically
verb?
correct. What does?
Yes, preference is a verb.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll say preference. Let that be our.
Is that our stop this in platform?
Alright, so the wording as it stands now, it has been move to amend this proposal, to amend the platform, to change the word promote to preference with an E.
Yes.
Is there any debate? Has it been seconded?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? We had a question, I think.
No, I had another proposed amendment, so I just, if it's.
Okay, then we'll bring it back. Okay. Is there any debate? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to amend the amendment. We're going to say amend the proposal to change the word promote to preference. Are you ready for the question? All right. Those in favor of adopting this change, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
All right. The motion carries. Our new wording is preference instead of promote. All right. We are back to the amendment portion. We are on the original proposal as it stands now. And so there is opportunity for discussion, debate, and amendments.
I'd like to offer a proposed amendment that the sentence that begins government should neither, the sentence end after the word rights, you put a period and strike the rest of that sentence. And the reason I say that is, this is there's a canon of statutory construction in the law that when you have a list of things, you're implicitly excluding anything that's not in the list. And so rather than have it be a finite list of things, I think just individuals' human rights, period. And that captures the intent of the platform proposal.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to strike everything past or from based to orientation. Is there any debate?
I'm
Grant?
Yeah, there is a platform plank at the very, very end of our platform that says omissions do not mean that. This is that says basically any omissions don't mean support or being against any particular thing. So we actually sort of cover some of that.
Okay. I want to
Can I make a point?
preference our.
If we simply say you cannot deny or preference any individual's human rights, you're saying that you can't deny their rights even if it's because of an action. And I think that would be a problem, because you're saying you can't go to jail because you murdered this guy because I'm denying your rights. So I do think it's important to clarify that you can't deny their rights based on, I don't know, these arbitrary attributes or something. Because otherwise, I think we've left ourselves pretty wide open.
Not all of those are immutable by any means.
Try it any personal offenses?
Okay. We're coming back to. If someone wants to speak other than you, we can come back and circle back.
Well, for me, it was regarding her original, I guess, thought process as far as striking out the condemning bigotry. Not that I don't understand there being some sort of change in the word as we go on forward, but she said something to the likes of as libertarians, we are not trying to control what you think. We don't, care about what you think and care about what you do. And I would disagree because, maybe we agree that, as far as free speech goes, you can think, you can say whatever you want. But for example, we as libertarians would not, accept someone that was, a pedophile. If they thought those things, we would condemn them for them, rightfully so. And as libertarians and, taking this pledge that we do and all of these ideas, it seems like we should, have some sort of standard regarding whether someone is thinking things that go against our platform, as well as the action. It seems like there should be some sort of concern towards there.
Okay. I will remind the body that we are on an amendment, and so the debate is limited to simply this part here that has been moved and seconded. based upon these specific, it's okay. I don't want us to get out of hand, I do.
I thought it was an amendment towards, everything as a whole that was listed there.
No, it's just currently this part, and then we're gonna move back to that. So, you're
No,
good.
there
The
is no
amendment right
moving
now is
back
to
to
put
it.
the
At the
period
end
right
of
there.
this, we're gonna vote to approve whatever the final amended version is.
Oh, okay, so then maybe I shouldn't.
So it is appropriate
Oh,
somewhat to have more discussion about the concept.
Okay, even on an amendment to that, because you still do have to
Well-
move back to
You have
the
to vote on the
original.
amendment first.
Yeah.
Well,
you have
we already have voted to
There's no
replace.
amendment on the floor.
There's
Yeah, there's.
Oh, right,
Yeah, so
I'm
the-
sorry.
Okay, yeah, so the amendment on the floor is specifically to strike everything past human rights
Oh.
and to that last period.
You are right, I completely forgot,
That's
sorry.
okay. So I will remind the body of that. And
Are you in opposition to taking that off at this point?
yes,
Yes.
Okay, so I wanna just reiterate what Christine said, and I believe that this is about the person, as in their physical person, and not their actions. So I think anything that lists information about the physical aspects of the person, I think is completely acceptable, because what we do condemn is their actions. So I don't think that, I think leaving that is fine, because it talks about their person and not their actions, and I think that that needs to be there specifically for that reason.
I move to amend the amendment by substituting that we remove the or before sexual orientation and then add at the end or any other aspect of their identity. So we would, yeah.
is that what
Yes,
you're?
yes.
Okay, it has been moved to substitute the
Take out this or right there. That's what he said.
Oh, right, yes.
substitute the amendment to be, instead of striking everything past rights and to the period following, and to add after sexual orientation or any other aspect of their identity. Is there a second?
I'll show you that.
It's been moved and seconded to do what I just said. Please don't make me say it again. The motion is now on the floor. Is there any debate?
Wouldn't it just make more sense overall if you're gonna say any aspect of their identity in general, then everything from the sex to sexual orientation would be pointless, because you're basically already saying all of that, and it pretty much means any aspect of their identity to start with.
You are correct.
That is
And
correct.
which ends the sentence right before any other aspect.
I know it's not 100% in the rules, but would you be?
Between calling it out and leaving it. I mean, if you leave that entire sentence from government all the way down to any other aspect of their identity, then you're calling it out specifically. If you delete that sentence, I mean, the sentence prior does say, more broadly, but it doesn't call it out. So it really is a decision, do you want to call those things out?
I mean, that could also be left up to the individual running.
Yep.
Which you're also, with all of that, you're saying that the person who's running for office has to go specifically based on that. Otherwise, you're not allowing any of the libertarians to decide on how they want to have their own platform while running for office. Are they supposed to be completely following everything? Like, every libertarian has their own mindset of how they want to run for office. The taxes, the way things are governed, usually in the same mindset. Human rights, on the other hand, a little bit more complicated, because everybody has their own thought process on human rights. Some are the same, others are slightly different. Then, of course, you have the people who are like way down here who don't even understand human rights in the first place, but would still not follow that to start with. And at the same time, that's decreasing the amount of people you can attempt to get in and have run for office and figure out whether or not they are appropriate for running for office as a libertarian to start with. You're already decreasing the amount of people that you could have in the party overall.
Tell you what I'm gonna do is if you want to present that in a moment, what I wanna do is I wanna clear this back just one step.
Go
And
for
if
it.
you do want to amend it, I will give you that opportunity, if that's all right with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Graham?
Yes, I just want to say this is already kind of a sensitive proposal for the party and a lot of folks. And the platform committee did give this a lot of time. You know, they thought about this through weeks and weeks of work and made sure that it was up to stuff with the ideas that we probably would want to say as a party. So I would just express concern over too many modifications ad hoc in the room today without too much time to think about it, and maybe throw in just a little bit more trust to the platform committee on it, given the time that they had compared to the time that we have.
Thank you.
I know that this is always verbatim what elements of the national is. Can we show what the national version of this is that we adopted in 2022?
Emily?
I probably put it on my phone, but, because I don't want to, I agree with Ryan on that, because I think the majority of people were okay with what that was, and I know this is very, very similar. So I would just like to see like, kind of what the nuance difference is.
If I recall, we didn't strike that phrase that struck, but we wanted to add back a little bit of language. And you just want to see that difference?
I know, I just can't remember exactly what national adopted in 2022 in comparison to what we are looking at right now.
I can tell you the gender expression, we added, because I remember Caroline specifically wanted to add that.
Thank you.
But I believe the rest of it is pretty close, if not exact, but let's look.
I think this is the one, 3-5.
Yeah. Oh, I've been asked to read it. Libertarians embrace the concept that all people are born with certain inherent rights. We reject the idea that a natural right can ever impose an obligation upon others to fulfill that right. We uphold and defend the rights of every person, regardless of their race, ethnicity, or any other aspect of their identity. Government should neither deny nor abridge any individual's human right based upon sex, wealth, ethnicity, creed, age, national origin, personal habits, political preference, or sexual orientation. Members of private organizations retain their rights to set whatever standards of association they deem appropriate, and individuals are free to respond with ostracism, boycotts, and other free market solutions.
Thank you. And if we can move back to the piece, I'm going to try and unwind this a little bit. Is there any further debate on this current amendment to the proposal?
So this is an amendment of it.
Yeah, we're on Brian's secondary amendment.
Amendment of the amendment. Sorry, guys. If not, there is.
If we're more concerned about action, why wouldn't we just not strike we condemn and just that we condemn the act of bigotry as irrational or something?
Okay, we're on a secondary amendment, so we have to work it back from there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close debate, hearing no objections. We're going to move it to the next phase, which is the vote on the substitution to add or any other aspect of their identity. Those in favor, what's that?
This is not adopting that amendment, it's just changing the other amendment.
It is just changing the other amendment. So it would be a changeover, and then we would have one amendment to the proposal. Thank you. All right. Those in favor of changing the First Amendment to be this, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Nay.
I think the ayes have it. So the motion carries, and this piece here will be added as a part of the proposal. So the question now, please correct me if I'm wrong, the question is on the proposal itself.
No,
now we're on the amendment.
We're actually now on the amendment,
On
but
your
the
amendment.
but the amendment is now the exact thing that we just voted on.
Yes, so now if you want this, we're gonna do the same thing. Does anybody have any more debate, clarification, discussion? Good. We're gonna move to putting this up for a vote. You're basically voting on the same thing you just voted on. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. Currently, the proposal that is on the stage is to have what is shown on the screen to include or other aspect of their identity, and to change the word promote to preference on the original proposal that was submitted. Mr. Do you say your last name, Jalaid?
Yeah, not even worry about it. I'm not.
He's not worried?
No.
Okay, I said I would give it to you, so
No, you're
we're
good.
good. Okay, the question is on the adoption of the proposal as seen on the screen now. Adding or any other aspect of their identity, changing the word promote to preference.
We're
Is there
also
any
out of
further-
time.
Okay, then we are out of time, and that means that we will go directly to a vote. Those in favor of adopting this proposal as it stands, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. It's a 2/3. This proposal has been adopted, and we will change our platform to reflect that. All right,
Thank you.
and that was 15 minutes on the one.
Well, it was 10 minutes to consider the amendments.
Okay, cool, perfect time.
Oh, I thought you said time's up completely.
Oh, no.
You got time.
So move to the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So our second proposal is to add a new platform. New plan. Thank you. And I'll tell you what happened is we were talking about the issues regarding immigration, and some people are concerned about immigration because of the welfare state. And I said, well, we already addressed that in our platform. And then we went back and read our platform and we realized that no, we actually don't address welfare at all. And we felt like that was an oversight that was important to talk about. So currently we have no platform that addresses welfare. And so we proposed one. And because this is all brand new, I'll read the whole thing to you. So we believe that all charity should be voluntary. Individuals have a natural right to the fruits of their labor and to determine how that will be used or shared with others. We oppose corporate and individual welfare in all forms. We oppose any attempt by government, either via taxation or via the issuance of new money, to redistribute justly acquired wealth to or from any individual or entity. And so again, the idea here is we don't think government should be taking from somebody to be giving to somebody else, and I think that this was just an oversight that we wanted to correct. So I move that we adopt this new platform 2.15 welfare as presented.
Seconded.
All right, they actually don't need a second, but I do appreciate it.
Sorry.
All right, I'll take it. All right, a reminder to everybody, the platform committee gets preference because they are one of our committees, so they do not require a second. Also, the current rules are, what's our time limit for?
15 minutes on the main and then 10 minutes to consider amendments.
Okay, so we have 15 minutes.
And we also have 15 minutes left total.
Okay, so this is basically it. We have 15 minutes.
We don't have to spend all 15 minutes on this.
Yes, also true. 15 minutes, up or down on this, yes or no. No amendments are being considered. We will open the floor for that now. Love it. All right. So there is no debate. We'll move this to a vote. Those in favor of adopting the proposal as shown on the screen, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. this proposal will be added to our platform. Thank you.
All right. Sorry. Okay, our third proposal is plank 3.2, internal security and individual rights. So we felt that this was improved by making it more concise. There was a lot of exposition in this plank, we wanted to make the point that the Bill of Rights is absolute. This came about partly from the conversation around COVID. Our rights were, I think we can all agree, our rights were completely trampled and all of our Bill of Rights were basically suspended. And so the main point here was we wanted to make the point that no, these rights are absolute, and it doesn't matter that we're in a state of emergency. It doesn't matter if we're in a war. It doesn't matter what's happening. We still have our rights. So that was the premise here. And in order to do that, we took out some of the exhibition and left the Georgia Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, or the Bill of Rights shall not be suspended under any circumstances. We left out some more opposition there, or exposition there basically, to make it categorically, there is no exception. Before you had intelligence agencies seek to preserve the security, we don't need to explain what intelligence agencies do. We just felt like because that point was so important, we needed to get rid of some of the extraneous fluff so we could focus on the fact that no, you can't suspend our rights for any reason whatsoever. And so it just made the whole platform a little bit more concise and I think makes the point more clear. So I move that we adopt the proposal to amend platform 3.2 as presented.
All right, this comes to the floor. Again, we have 15 minutes on this one. And it is simply yes or no. No amendments are being considered until we decide to kill or go up on it. So, proposal number 3 is on the floor as shown on the screen. Is there any debate? Easy crowd. All right.
This isn't really debate. I just want to point out, because I remember we talked about this at the last convention, and I pointed out then, actually the U.S. Constitution expressly provides, and I'm not in favor of this, I'm just pointing this out, the U.S. Constitution expressly provides that the writ of habeas corpus may be legally, constitutionally suspended under some circumstances. So this kind of says something different than that. So I mean, it actually is not consistent with what the U.S. Constitution says. And I thought about just not saying it because I don't think it, but it might make more sense to say or to add something about, human rights or something like that, because that way you're actually being more inclusive. Because, the Constitution has some things that can be actually objectionable. And it could be changed, to add things that are objectionable too, so I don't know if you wanted to change it in some way, I'd have to think about what the language would be. But anyway, just, the Constitution actually does say you can suspend a very basic constitutional right under some circumstances.
And we don't feel like we're bound by the Constitution. Our platform is what we believe, which may or may not align with what the Constitution says.
That's the reason for my comment is that you might want to add something like that to it, regardless of any, whatever our human rights, regardless of any language in any of these documents, something like that. But it doesn't matter that much. But I have to say that because it's in there, sorry.
It's bothering him. If he feels strongly enough, we can, if the body feels that way, we can obviously do that amendment after we come time. Is there any debate, any further debate, discussion, parliamentary inquiries? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. Those in favor of adopting this platform proposal as it stands on the screen currently, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, the motion carries, the ayes have it, and that will be added to our platform. All right, we'll move on to the next one, proposal number 4.
How much time do we have, Sam?
10 minutes.
Okay. Our fourth proposal is platform 1.3, privacy. And the reason we selected this is because we wanted to be more precise in that we object to spying on anyone without due process. In the original language, we were spying on everyone. Now, it has been pointed out to me that citizens might not be the best word choice to put here, but the idea was that we recognize that the defense of our country is an appropriate role of government. We didn't take the complete anarchist position that there is no purpose to government. And if the government is going to provide for our defense, there is a legitimate purpose of spying, but they don't need to be turning that onto us internally. And so that's what we were trying to clarify, that yeah, there's a place for spying, but not against your own citizens, if that makes sense. So we also wanted to expand this because things have changed, and spying includes things like, you know, devices and digital records like your GPS, you know, where you've traveled in your car, all of this information that maybe wasn't considered originally, we think needs to be called out, that this electronic spying is that we equally oppose that kind of spying as well as just physically spying. Let me see if I covered everything. So we wanted to make sure privacy includes your digital records, but that we allow for surveillance of criminals within the bounds of the Fourth Amendment, meaning that we still expect that you are going to have a warrant and that you're not just randomly spying on everybody. So the changes, we crossed out the word everyone and replaced it with citizens, and I am open to changing that because there were objections. And then instead of spying on communications, we added the including but not limited to devices, digital records, and communications, including data held by third parties. And then we removed the last sentence about unreasonable search and seizure, just to make it concise. We had a theme all year of being more concise because we think it just makes it easier to understand. So I move that we adopt platform 1.3 as presented here. Plank 1.3, excuse me.
It's been moved to adopt this proposal, and we are moving to debate and discussion again, up or down. So I will start with Mr. Graham.
Yeah, I wanted to speak against it, just because of the use of the word citizens, and I know everyone still isn't quite right. I'm not sure where to exactly go with it, but you know, at least legally, and I agree with this, but legally we've said that anyone on U.S. jurisdiction their natural rights are protected, and that's what we believe in. And so just citizens opens it up to lots of other people within U.S. jurisdiction that we could turn spying apparatus onto based on this. And that, I don't know, doesn't quite sit right, so maybe it's like move it into whatever, yeah. So speaking against this version, but we can change it, we can amend it.
All right, there are 3 people. You spoke against, we're looking for someone who is speaking for.
Going with what we have right here, but perhaps instead of citizens, the word that we would replace that with would be individuals.
Okay.
If that's not.
If this is voted against, I would also offer an alternate wording.
Okay. All right. It sounds like we have some people who would like for that. Is there anybody who would like to speak for or against this as it stands now? All right, cool. So it sounds like we have people waiting to do that. I'm going to take this directly to a vote. Those in favor of adopting this proposal as it stands now, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it, and it is not adopted. So we are now in the amendment portion. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, Mr. Platey, you have.
Yes, I would propose to eliminate the phrase on citizens and insert the word domestic in front of the word spying. So the sentence would read, "We are committed to ending government's practice of domestic spying."
All right, it's been moved to change the wording to say government's practice of domestic spying. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded now. Is there any debate? We'll move this directly to a vote to amend, and then we'll come back to the proposal. The question is on the amendment of the proposal to say practice of domestic spying. Those in favor of changing this wording as it's now shown on the screen, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, the ayes have it, the motion carries. We're going to move to proposal 4. We are now back on the original question. 4 minutes? We got it. All right, is there any debate on this proposal as it stands now as amended? Hearing none, we'll move this to a vote. Those in favor of this proposal as it stands now, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Perfect. The motion is adopted. The ayes have it. And proposal 4 will now be changed in our platform.
You said we have 4 minutes?
We do.
I'm gonna tell you, this is our most difficult one to handle as a committee. It was the most controversial one between us. I don't think we can do it in 4 minutes.
Okay.
I'll try if you guys want me to, but I'm gonna be honest.
We
and
can go to
say-
number 6.
Number 6 too. If there
There's a motion to adjourn.
Motion to
Yeah,
adjourn.
yeah, we do have a motion.
Okay, there is a motion to adjourn. It's not debatable. Is there any, what am I doing?
It's not.
Obviously, it's not debatable, as I just said.
I do have a question, motion to adjourn. Does that mean that the remaining proposals go back to the original motion when we said that we're gonna postpone it to the next year? Does that go in place? Or
Yes.
is it just all dropped?
No.
And the committee can bring it back next year if it chooses.
Yeah, I think it dies, is basically what we're saying. But the committee does still have it. Were those points of clarification back there?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So we need to say
So it doesn't matter.
where
I don't
it's
think
like.
it does.
Yeah, we technically need to say that we're adjourning signed by.
Okay. Would you like to say that just for the sake of Mr. Graham? Sign die?
Is that needed? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure, he said. Is this point of inquiry?
What have we moved on to?
We are at the question of adjourning. So the only thing that's in order is a point of inquiry or a point of
I like
order.
it in that.
Are we good? Are you good? Okay.
So what we're doing now is we're tabling it because it was already tabled from before, and we're gonna come back to it next year at the convention.
Yes, it's not 100% demanded. Adjourning is just not a debatable motion. It ends the meeting. Sine die means no more business is taken up. This will all go back to the committee. The committee will obviously bring it back next year.
Okay.
So it is gonna still be available, but we just won't handle it this year.
Okay.
So that's the effect of what we're voting on currently. All right, it's been moved to adjourn. Those in favor of adjourning, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
All right, the ayes have it, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. XCOM meeting, don't forget, come up here.